UIUX Mock, a full stack SaaS application which can generate a beautiful website and mobile UIUX mockup for you. Simply enter the prompt and then AI will generate the design. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build with the help of React and Next.js. We are also adding a feature like downloading the mockup, edit the mockup, or even view the source code or add a new screen inside the current project. You can even change the theme of any screen by just selecting the theme from the list. And without generating, it will apply your theme to the current mockups. So let me walk through the complete demo and then we'll talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing screen where you have option to enter the prompt, select the device type for which you want to create the mockup, or you can select the pre-existing prompt as well. Below that, you will see all the list of project which you previously created. Obviously, in order to create the mockup, you need to sign in with the help of Gmail or email account. Then simply enter the prompt, select the device type and submit it. Then AI will start generating the screen config first and then it will start generating the mockup design. Within a few seconds, it will generate a beautiful mockups. And here we go. It generated this beautiful mockup for our budget tracker application. Whatever the prompt you enter, it generates the similar output for you. We have this welcome and splash screen. Then dashboard with all this option for this budget tracking. And then option to add a spending. Everything is generated with the help of AI. If you want to view the source code, you have option to view that as well. This is the canvas where you can simply zoom in or zoom out. After zoom in, you can even drag it or you can even drag any of the mockup as well by just holding this handler. And in order to view the source code, just click on it and here you will find all the source code. Also, if you want to download any of the mockup, simply click on download button and it will download in the form of PNG file. You can even edit the mockup by just entering the prompt and it will regenerate a new screen as per your request. If you no longer want any of the screen, simply you can delete it. On the left hand side, you will see a setting option where you can update the project name or you can generate a new screen by just entering the prompt and it will generate the new screen with the matching theme. Over here, we have the list of different themes where you can select the theme and immediately it will apply to your mockups. It will not regenerate a new screen. It will just change the design and everything. And you can check all the available themes from the list. And that also I'm going to tell you how to do it. Over here in the extra, we're going to have option to take a screenshot and which will take a screenshot of all the mockups together. And this is how it looks like. Pretty cool, right? Also, this complete project we are going to deploy on the cloud so that you can share with your friends and family. I will put the link in the description in order to try this demo application. Once you come back to the home screen, you will see the project which you just created along with the thumbnail. This thumbnail obviously include all the design or screen which you created, and that also we are going to learn how to do it. As this is a SaaS application, we also added a pricing subscription model. We divided these users into two different parts. One which is a free user which have limited access and another unlimited user which have all the feature access, and that also I'm going to tell you how to implement it. Within just few lines of code, you can add this beautiful pricing subscription model. You can even manage all your subscription through this manage account, the billing, and you can handle your pricing. You can cancel your subscription at any time. Everything we are going to implement in this project. Now let's talk about the tech stack. As we are using a Next.js 16 version, which is the latest version, and if you are new to the Next.js, don't worry because I'm going to tell you everything from the basic. Then for the UI, we are going to use a ShadCN UI component library which is based on Tailwind CSS. For the database, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database along with the Drizzle ORM. In order to review our code at each step, we are going to use a CodeRabbit, an AI code reviewer. which is a free to use and very interesting application you will find. For the authentication and the subscription billing, we are going to use a Clerk. All of these services we are going to use in this project is completely free. Even an AI model which we are going to use to build this app. So guys, if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, press like button, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and you can join the TubeGurji Pro membership in order to get an exclusive access to my courses and the source code. Also give a try to the Kravik Studio, an AI platform to generate a short film with a consistent character, music and many more. So it's free to use and give a try. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this UIUX mockup generator application. In this first chapter, we are going to set up the project. In that, we are going to create a Next.js application. Then we are going to install the ShadCN UI component library, and then we are updating our application font. So let's go back to the folder where you want to create this project and open terminal at that folder. If you are using Windows, make sure to open a command prompt and then simply type a command to create a Next.js application. So we'll say npx create next app at latest. Now at latest we'll install the latest version of the Next.js application, whichever is available. But if you want to use any specific version, then make sure to enter that version over here. Then click enter. Now in my case it asks me password, but in your case it might not. Then enter the project name. So we'll say UIUX mock. Then here you will get some option like, do you want to use a recommended default setting or you want to customize it. So make sure to select the customize setting. Here make sure to select a TypeScript S option, because we are going to use a TypeScript, and if you never use TypeScript, don't worry. TypeScript is similar to the JavaScript, but TypeScript also provide an extra feature like a type safety and all. And in this particular course, I'm going to tell you how to write a TypeScript as well. So don't worry. Say yes to this, then no to the linter, no to the compiler, yes to the Tailwind CSS. So Next.js will also install Tailwind CSS for us. Then no to the source directory, yes to the app router, and no to the import alias. After that, if you see, it started installing some dependency and some dev dependency as well. Once Next.js project is created, you will see this success message. It means our project is now ready. Now simply open a VS Code and open the project we just created. So in my case, it is inside the project Next.js React and UIUX Mockup. So I will open this project. Here, if you get this pop-up, say yes, I trust the author, and then you will see all the folders and file get created. Okay, let me walk through each of this folder and file so it will be very easy you to understand. Very first folder, which is the app folder, which contains a global.css file, which is nothing but the CSS applied throughout the application. You can keep it inside the global CSS. Then we have the layout.tsx file, which is the root layout of your application. And in Next.js application, you have at least one layout file, which is a root layout. Inside the root layout, you will see you have HTML body tag, and inside that the children are getting rendered. In the same file, you can also provide a metadata, which is quite useful for your SEO purpose. And then you will see some font as well. Now, if you want to update the metadata, here we'll say UIUX mock generator app, and we'll say generate high quality free UI UX mobile and web mockup designs. So you can add more information about that. If you want to learn how to get or how to write a better SEO, let me know in the comment section. Mention as metadata. After that, after this layout file, the next one is a page.tsx file, which is a default page of our application. Now once we run the application, you will see that this page will get render very first time. Then we have the node module. So all the packages which we install, right, there all the packages will be inside this node module. So obviously we are not going to touch this folder at any time. Then we have the public folder in which we'll keep all our local images, assets like fonts, anything you want to use it from your app, you can keep inside this public folder. Then we have the next.config.ts file which contain a Next.js related configuration. Then we have package.json which contain the name, version of your application, script to run or to build your application, the dependency along with their version, and some dev dependency. Whenever you install any new library or dependency, it will get automatically added inside this dependency section along with their version. Currently, we are using a Next.js 16.1.1 version along with the React 19. Then this package lock JSON which help us to lock your package version number. When you share your project with some other people, right, it will make sure the package you are maintaining or package version is maintaining same everywhere. Then the post CSS which is again based on Tailwind CSS, and then tsconfig.json which contain a TypeScript related configuration. Now, in order to run this Next.js application, go to the terminal and then at the top click new terminal. It will open the terminal, or you can simply drag it from the bottom. Inside the terminal, you can just type a command. So in my case, I am putting sudo, but in your case, just type npm run dev. And then you will find your application is now running on a port localhost 3000. Okay. Now if I go to this browser and open localhost 3000, you will see your application is now running with this default page. If I go back and go to this page.tsx file, now if I go back to our app inside the page.tsx, this is the default page. If I delete everything and just keep empty div tag with an h2 tag, and here we'll say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And if I go back now, you will see the text subscribe to Tube Guruji is rendering on the screen. Okay, so that's how you have to create your Next.js application and run it very first time. Now let's install a shared CN UI component library. So I will put the link in the description so you can just go ahead and check it out. So this is the very popular UI Tailwind CSS based library among the developers and very easy to use as well. And the most important, it's fully customizable. So simply go to the documents, and here in order to install it, make sure to select the correct framework. So in our case is Next.js. Then select npm, and then you have to copy this command. Obviously make sure to initialize your shared CN. So once you copy that, we'll add a new terminal and then simply paste this initialize command. Say yes to the proceed, and then okay, so here I have again, I need to, let me clear this. I need to run with this sudo command, okay, because I have some permission to each of my folder. And then here you need to select a base color. Okay, so you can select any one of them, but later on obviously we are going to change. So let's select zinc in this case, and then you will see it start updating our global CSS file. And once it is initialized, you will see some of the changes in your folder. Okay, but before that, let's install a component. Now you have two options. You can either install each component one by one whenever you need it. Okay, so if you see, we have a lot of different components, but for each component you have to make sure you will install that component using this kind of command line. Okay, but if you want to install all the component at once, so simply you can add npx shared cn latest add. Okay, you don't need to provide any component name, but here you will ask you which component will you like to use. If you want to install all, just click A, so it will select all the components, then click enter, and now this command will install all the shared CN component for you. Once it is installed, so again I have this permission issue, that's weird, but let me add this sudo command for that. Once it is installed, you will see we have now new folder called components, and inside this component folder again we have UI folder, and here you will see all the components which install inside this shared CN. Okay, now if you open any of these which contain obviously React code, okay, and you have fully customization option, so you can customize according to your requirement as well. Second important thing which is updated is a global.css file. Now inside the global CSS file, you will see a lot of variables and their respective codes. Okay, for example, for the primary color, we have this color code. For a secondary, we have this one, and so many. But you can update this theme color as per your requirements. Now this is for the light color, and you also have the dark mode color. In this project we are not using any dark theme, but if you want to try it, you can try this dark theme as well. And the another thing, hooks is get added, the leaf folder get added, obviously, which contain the util folder for the shared CN, and the component.json which contain a configuration related to the shared CN. Now, in order to use any of this component, you can simply add it. For example, let's say you want to use a button component from the shared CN. So we'll say button, and if you see, it's importing from this component folder the UI button, and then we'll add a button called subscribe. Let's save it. Let's go back to our application, and boom, if you see, the button is get printed on the screen. And here for this button, this component is directly added from the shared CN. We are not providing any CSS or something like that. Okay, pretty cool, right? So same thing you have to do if you want to use any of the shared CN components, simply import it. Now the last important thing we need to do is to update our application font. So in order to update throughout the application, simply go to the layout.tsx file. Currently we have these two fonts, so I'm gonna remove that because we don't want it. And from this, let's remove the class name. Now whichever font you want to use, you can just search on the Google font, and on the Google font select the font which you think is better. Okay, so in my case I'm going to select maybe this Sans, and once you select that font, simply go back, and inside this import next font / Google, you have to type that name. So in my case I will use this DM Sans. Once that is done, you have to initialize that font first. So we'll say constant f font is equal to DM Sans, and then inside this you will say a subset Latin. Okay, once it is initialized, you have to pass or attach to this body. So we'll say class name, and inside this class name you can simply add f font dot class name, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see the font style is now changed. See, so that's how you can update your application font. That's how easy it is, right? So let's conclude that we finished creating Next.js application. We also installed the shared CN UI component library, and then we also updated our application font. In this second chapter, we are going to set up a CodeRabbit AI. CodeRabbit is an AI platform to review your code with the help of AI, which help us to remove your bugs, make the code standard, and then make your code clean and simple as possible. CodeRabbit will automatically start reviewing your code once you push your code to the GitHub. Now in this particular project, at each end of the chapter, we are going to push our code to the GitHub, and then automatically CodeRabbit will review our code. If there is any bug or fixes or any suggestion, we're gonna make that changes, and then we're gonna update our code. So in order to create a free account with the CodeRabbit, click the link in the description, and then make sure to create a new account in order to get it for free. Once you jump onto this dashboard, make sure to connect CodeRabbit with a GitHub repo. If you are using GitHub, if you are using GitLab, make sure to connect with a GitLab as well. Over here, you will find an option called repo, a dashboard. Dashboard will show your all the analytics, your code review report and everything. You also can connect CodeRabbit with this MCP server, which can be very useful for the documentation purpose, and CodeRabbit will do everything automatically. And there are a bunch of other features you can find with the CodeRabbit. Now simply go to this repo, and here you can add a new repo. So in this particular chapter, we are going to create a new GitHub repo and push our code, and then we are going to connect our GitHub repo with this CodeRabbit. So simply, first thing first, let's go to this GitHub. We'll create a new repo. I will give the name UIUX Mockup. Then you can select this public or private, is totally up to you, and simply click create repo. Once you create this repo, you have to initialize this repo, and then you need to set this origin. So inside this new terminal, I will initialize this git first, then we'll set this remote origin, that is very important. After that, you can stage all of this file by clicking this plus, and then you can give the commit message. So we can simply say initial commit project setup, and then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your all the changes, and then if you refresh your repo, it will automatically come and push these changes to your GitHub, and you will see just now we push all of these changes. Pretty cool, right? Now after that, go back to this CodeRabbit dashboard and click on add repo. Here make sure to authenticate your GitHub with this CodeRabbit. Then make sure to give access to that particular repo. So you can even select the repo, or you can give access to the all repo. It's totally up to you. And then save it. Once it's saved, it will go back to the CodeRabbit again, and that's all. That's how easy it is. Now automatically from next time, whenever you create a new pull request for your current branch, it automatically start reviewing your code. Okay, now going forward, we are going to create a separate branch for each of our chapter, and then we are going to push our code into that one, and then automatically CodeRabbit will start reviewing that particular code. Okay, so you will see from the next time for each chapter, we are going to create a separate branch in order to review separately. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask any question on my Discord channel, or you can also reach out to this CodeRabbit Discord channel as well. The link of this CodeRabbit application is in the description. Make sure to click it so that you will get a free access to this CodeRabbit. In this chapter, we are going to set up a database, and for that one, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database along with a Drizzle ORM. Then we're going to learn how to create your first table inside our app, and then at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub by creating a new branch, and then CodeRabbit will automatically review our code. So click the link in the description in order to get a Neon free PostgreSQL database. Neon is one of the top PostgreSQL database provider in the market, and many developers using this. In many of my application, I use this Neon. Also, it's very easy to scale, and it also work with the Next.js, Drizzle, and lot of other ORM as well. Now simply create a new account, and once you log in to the dashboard, you will find this project page. If you don't have any project, make sure to create a new one. I already have, so I will select the existing one. Now on this dashboard, you will see all your uses and everything. On the left, you can even create a branch, integration, setting. On the left also, you will find a table to access your database and everything. Now very first thing, in order to create a new database, click on this connect button, then select this branch as it is, and then inside the database, click on this create new database, add a database name, and then you can keep this owner as it is. Click create, and here you will find a connection string. Okay, now this connection string obviously we need it, but for now let's keep this as it is. Now jump onto the Drizzle ORM. Now I will put the link in the description. Drizzle ORM is a object relational mapping which help us to connect your app with the PostgreSQL database, and you don't need to write your PostgreSQL query. With this Drizzle ORM you can easily make a crude operation like insert, update, delete, and also to fetch the data. Simply click on the get started. On the get started, now we are creating a new database and we are using a Neon, so click Neon. After that you need to install this Neon database, so copy this npm command. So I will paste it here. Then once it install the Drizzle ORM and Drizzle kit, the next step is set a database URL inside the .env file. So simply in meantime we'll create a .env file inside the root directory, and then simply add this database URL. Now if you remember, we already have the database URL inside the Neon, you just need to copy that. So make sure you will copy this connection string, copy this string as it is and paste it here, and then save it. The next thing inside this, the third step is to connect Drizzle ORM to the database. So just copy this both the line. Now inside the root directory we'll create a new folder called config. Inside the config we'll say db.tsx file and then paste this both the lines. Now as we are using a TypeScript, make sure to add this exclamatory mark at the end and then save it. Next step, this is the synchronous connection. It's up to you how you want to connect. Okay, now this is the way that you can simply create a table. Okay, now you need to create a schema.tsx file, and inside this schema.tsx file you can simply copy this example for now, but later on we'll create our own. Now schema is nothing but your all the table structure. Okay, so if you carefully observe, we are creating a table called users, and inside that we have ID which is auto incremented. Then we want to add a name of the user. We don't need age, so I will remove that age column, and then we want email. Each of this schema field is nothing but the actual column with this type. So this is of type varchar with a length 255 and which is not null, and it's also a unique. And here we are also going to add a new field called credits, okay, which is of type number, and then the default, you can pass a default value to, let's say, 10. I think this need to be an integer, not a number, and then default value I added as a 10, or let's make it 5 for now, and then save it. Once you created this table, the next step, obviously the very first time you need to do is to set up this drizzle config file. So you need to create this drizzle.config.ts file inside your root project. Okay, so inside the root directory we'll create this drizzle.config.ts file and simply copy this content as it is. Now we need to modify this little bit. We don't need this out, so I will remove that. Now for the schema, make sure you provide this schema.tsx path. So I will just add .config/schema.tsx. After that we'll keep everything as it is and then save it. Next thing, you need to push these changes, okay, so that your database will get updated with the new table which whatever we added inside the schema. So over here I will just paste command called npx drizzle kit push, and then here you will see it's saying changes are applied. It means whatever the table you added or schema you added, the table is get created. Now in order to access a table, simply go to the Neon, and inside the Neon under the table section, make sure to select this UIUX mockup from this drop down, and then you will see a user table with the ID, name, email and credits. Pretty cool, right? Now obviously you can try to add a record, and that record will be displayed over here. You will find all of these constraint, the indexes, the column, everything on this neon table section. But what if you want to run this locally and don't need to go on the neon dashboard every time? That also you can do it. Simply inside the terminal, you need to run command npx drizzle kit studio. Now drizzle kit also provide you an local studio which you can run locally, and this is the URL. So I will just open this URL and then boom, if you see, this studio is also now running on your local machine. Without internet you can easily run it, and here we have the table user with all the columns. Pretty cool, right? So that's how easily you can create the database along with the table. Now if you make any changes into or want to make any changes into your table, just make these changes and again push your all the changes using the drizzle kit push command. You will learn it as soon as we move forward in this course, because we are going to add a lot of different tables, columns and other things, and then you will learn how you can modify this table as well. That's quite easy. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now that's conclude that we finished creating a neon PostgreSQL database. We also set up a drizzle ORM, and you will learn how to fetch a data or write a data into database in the next chapter. Then we also created the first table. Now it's time to create a new branch and push our code. Now in order to create a new branch, you can directly create from the VS Code. Simply go to the source control, and here these are the some changes you just made it, right? Now click on these three dots, and here you will select the branch and click on create branch. Then give the branch name. So this is the third chapter, so I will say three dot and then we'll say database setup. Now at the bottom you will see you are on this branch called database setup. After that you can stage all of this file by clicking this plus sign and then give the commit message. So here we'll say database setup with neon db, okay, and simply say commit. Once you commit, you have to publish this branch so that our GitHub know that you created a branch and these are some changes. On your repo, you will see this pop-up called compare and pull request, okay, or you can go to this pull request and there as well you will find an option. Click on this compare and pull request. Over here you will find a title, you have option to add a description as well, and simply click create pull request. Once the pull request is created, now CodeRabbit will automatically start reviewing your code, and here you will see it. Now it's saying CodeRabbit waiting for the status to be reported, review is in progress. Now we'll wait to finish the CodeRabbit review. Once the CodeRabbit give all the comments on your code, you can make some modification, depends on how important it is. Also CodeRabbit just commented that currently it is in process, our PR is under review. You don't need any other developer to review your PR. The CodeRabbit is your AI developer which help us to review your code and make your project source code much better. And our CodeRabbit review is completed. Over here if you see, it also added the summary that what are the new features get added automatically. We did not did anything, right? Then if you scroll down little bit, you will see an all option like pre-merge check for finishing touches. Here we ran into problem, but you can see what the other issue. Then also we CodeRabbit also added a comment on config.db.tsx. Now it's up to you whether you want to resolve this issue. It depends on you and other details, but for me it's everything is look good to me. So I will just merge this pull request and will confirm this merge. Once you merge this pull request, it will merge into your main code base, which is a main branch. Okay, now inside this you will find all your latest code. Under the branch you will see all the branch you created previously with each detail. So anytime you come back, you will know what changes you made at each branch. Pretty cool, right? So make sure to review with the CodeRabbit. In this chapter, we are going to set up an authentication for our application. It is very important to protect our app from unauthorized user. As we are building a SaaS application, we need to track all the user credits along with the his subscription, his project, and lot of other things which is directly connected to the user info. And that's the reason we are going to add an email, password, and Google authentication. For that one, we are going to use a clerk, and we'll learn how to set up a clerk for the authentication. Clerk also enable a subscription billing model which we can directly integrate within just one line of code inside our app that you will see later on in this video. Also, once we add the authentication and once user sign in successfully, we are going to save a user information to our database, and at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the CodeRabbit. So simply click the link in the description in order to get a free access to the Clerk authentication. You will get 10,000 of sign in for a free once you click the link in the description. Then once you jump onto this Clerk page, you will find a lot of different example features. Clerks enable you a session management, email, SMS one-time passcode, a multi-factor authentication, and number of social authentication feature under one SDK. Pretty cool, right? Now, simply go create a new account if you don't have already, or jump onto the dashboard. Over here, you have option to create a new application. Give the application name. On the right hand side, you will see an actual preview with the Clerk component once you integrate inside your application. Here you have option to enable a different sign-in. See, here I enable the Facebook or Apple or GitHub. You have many options. Once you enable it, simply click create application, and then it will give you the API keys. As we are using Next.js, make sure to select it Next.js, and then make sure to install the Clerk SDK. So copy this command, go back to your project. Inside the terminal, I will install the Clerk Next.js. Once that is done, copy this environment key, which is a public and secret key, inside your .env file and simply paste it here. After that, you need to add this proxy.ts. Now, it is very important if you are using a Next.js 15 or less than, the name of the file will be a middleware.ts instead of proxy.ts. Okay, and obviously everything is same, but make sure right now our Next.js version is 16, so we are going to create a file name called proxy.ts. So inside the root directory, we create a proxy.ts file and copy this content as it is and then paste it here. Now I'm gonna tell you more about this in a moment, but first now you need to wrap your application inside this Clerk provider. So inside the layout.tsx file, so go to the layout.tsx file, and this application will wrap inside the Clerk provider, something like this. Now make sure to import this Clerk provider, so you can simply import it from Clerk Next.js, and then here we'll say Clerk provider. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. Now you can run your application. Now if I go back to our app, and you will see nothing on the screen. Okay, that's because currently we did not added any custom sign in sign up page, or we also protect any of the page. So now in order to add a custom sign in and sign up page, I will click the link in the description for the Next.js documentation. On this one, simply make sure to create a sign in sign up page. So if you see, for inside this route you have to create this sign in or sign up page. I will copy that as it is. Then we'll go to this app folder, and inside that we'll create auth folder, something like this. Then inside that, click plus file, paste this complete path, so it automatically create a folder and file for you. Then copy this content as it is and paste it here. Same thing you have to do for the sign up, but before that, now inside the proxy.ts file, you need to mention the which one are the public route and which one are protected. So let's copy everything as it is, and I'm gonna replace this proxy with the code which we copied. Now everything is same, but this line of code is little bit different. Now over here we are just mentioning that okay, this is the public route which I am defining. Now whenever this route is matches, then you don't need to provide or add any authentication. You don't need to protect it. Otherwise, protect all the routes. See, so if it's not a public route, make sure to protect all the routes. Okay, so whenever you want to make it public, you just may need to mention that API or that endpoint or route inside this public route. Okay, now if you scroll down, next thing you need to add this environment variable inside your .env file, and then you can simply run it. But along with that, let's create a custom sign up page as well. So same thing you have to follow. We'll create a new folders and file. Oh, I think I did not copy. Let's copy it perfectly. And then inside this auth, we'll create this page.tsx file, copy this content as it is, paste it here, and then inside you just need to add this sign up route as a public route. So inside the proxy, I will add it here and save it. After that, you need to add this environment variables inside your .env file for this sign up, and then you can simply run your project. Now right now, if I run as a localhost 3000, it asks me to sign in first because the localhost or a home screen is not a public route, it's a protected one. But if you want to make it as a public, inside the proxy, you can simply add the home screen as a public route and then save it. Now if I go localhost, see, now it allow me, right? But if I try to access any of the route, it asks me to sign in first. Okay, it means it is protected. Now let's update this UI first little bit. Let's make this component in the center. So if I go to the sign in, see, this is just one line of sign in component, and it added this beautiful component for us. Now over here, first I will add a div, and then I will add this sign in component. We'll add a class name flex, item to be in the center, justify in center, and height to screen. And boom, now it is in the center of the screen. Same thing I'm going to do for the sign up. Oh, I already copied this div, so you don't need to do it again. And then close this. And now if I go to this sign up, you will see the sign up page will be in the center of the screen. And that's how easily we add it. Now let's create a new account. So if I create a new account, it asks me to sign in with a Google with all the steps. Obviously I selected the Gmail, so I have to select the Gmail account. And once you sign in successful, now you can access a dashboard. Currently we don't have the dashboard page, but that's completely fine. Now once you sign in, simply go to the page.tsx, and you can add one Clerk component called user button. If you see, this component is importing from the Clerk/Next.js, and then save it. Once you add it, then you will see this beautiful profile picture of your Gmail account. Once you click on it, you have option to manage your account, option to sign out, or once you click on manage account, everything will auto populate. And that's the power of Clerk that make your life so much easier. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to integrate the Clerk. Now obviously we finished adding a email password authentication. We also set up the Clerk. Now the enable billing will teach you how to do it, but by adding the Clerk, it actually enabled the billing feature for us. But how to add that, we'll add it in the next few chapters. After that, you need to save the user detail into a database. So let's go back and let's do it. So now very first thing that I'm going to do is to create an API endpoint. So inside this app folder, we'll create a new folder called API. And inside that API, we'll create a new API endpoint called user. Now make sure you will create a folder for that, and then inside that you have to create a route.tsx file. Simply Over here we'll say export async function, and this is the create request or insert. So that's the reason I'm adding a post request type request, and the request type is a next request. Here we need to get, actually we don't need to do anything because you just make a post request. In order to get user information, you can also get this from the on the server side using current user, which is importing from the Clerk Next.js, which will automatically give all the user information like email, user name, user profile picture, and many other things. Once that is done, over here first we'll check if user is already exist or not. So we'll say constant users is equal to await, then db. Now the db, if it's not accessible, it means inside your db.tsx you did not export this db, so make sure to export it so that this db reference you can access throughout the application. Now over here we'll say db, and now you can able to import this from the config. Then we'll say select. From here you need to give the table name where you want to select, so we'll say user table. Now this user table is importing from the schema which we already wrote, right? And then we'll add a where condition. Inside that we'll say equal to, and inside the equal to you have to add user table dot email matches with the current sign in user email. So we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, and that's how you can access the email address. Here mark it as a as string and then save it. Now this will give you the users list if the user is matching already exist into our database. So here we'll say if no users are there, right? Or we'll say or no users are there, it means it's a new user, and then you have to add that. But if it's already there, obviously I will return the next response dot json, and then we'll just return the users data. So we'll say users of first because it will only fetch one record, right? So make sure to return the users of 0th element. Then if it's not exist, so we'll say constant data is equal to name as user dot full name, then email as user dot, or let's say primary email address dot email address. I think that's all we needed. And then we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert. Now in which table you want to insert, that table name you want to give. So user table dot values, and inside the value you can simply pass all of these. So in this case just a data, so I will just pass a data, okay? Or you can simply add dot 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 data. Now if you're getting this error, maybe because of this one, and for full name might be empty, so make sure you pass as a empty string, and now the error is gone. And at the last we'll say returning. So once it is inserted the record, it will return the inserted record information, and then you can simply add return next response dot json, and inside the json you can add result, okay, and then save it. I think here also you can add the first element. We'll see how we are getting the response, and that's how easily you can create a post request in order to create a new user. Now once that is done, now you can create an or you can make a call, but instead of making a call inside the layout.tsx file, you can create a separate file, because inside the layout.tsx file this is on the server side and we don't want to move that on the client side. So we'll create a provider. So here we'll say provider.tsx file, and let's add a default template. Now if you see, as soon as I type it, I'm getting this shortcut, and if I enter it, it automatically populate the default template. That is possible because I added a VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet tool, I think. So this one, so make sure to install it. and so this is the name for that one. And there is one more extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will help us to write a Tailwind CSS classes much faster. Now after that you have to render the children. Okay, you can provide a type any, it's not big deal. And then from here make sure to render the children as well. Now once you define this provider, you have to mark this provider on the client side. So we'll say which is on the client side. Now you can use this provider inside your layout file. So here we'll say provider and then pass this children as it is. Now on the application side we'll see nothing get updated, right? Now let's go to this provider and let's create a method. So we'll say constant create new user, and inside the create new user we need to call our API/user endpoint in order to create a new user. Now make sure that in order to make the HTTP call you need a library called Axios, right, which is an HTTP client library. So simply install that using npm I Axios command, and once it is installed you can make all the requests like get, post, put, delete, everything. So here now we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. Now if it's not yet imported you have to import it manually, and then we'll say Axios dot post request slash API slash users, just user. Okay, and body is empty, so you don't need to pass anything here. I will make this as async. Now once you get the result you can just console this result inside this result.data, and now this create new user you need to call inside the use effect, something like this. Okay, now let's test this out. So once you save it, I will go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and right now we are getting 500 error. Okay, so once you get this 500 error it means an API error. So you have to go to this console, and inside the console you have to check over here. Right now it's saying value is not a serializable, so that's because. So let's go to the route, and on line 26 here we have this error. So in this case you can add something like this. Okay, and just check it out. So right now we are getting empty, so it look like it just returning this one. I think maybe our condition we can update it. So here we say if user dot length is equal to 0 means there is a no user, then make sure to create one. So maybe the condition was not the correct. Let's refresh it, and boom, if you see now we got the result, and inside the first object we got this data, the ID, the email, credit and name. It means the record is inserted. Now if I go to our database, refresh the screen, and here you will see the ID, name, email and the credit. It means the record is get added to our database. Now if I try to refresh it again, it will not insert that record, it will just return the existing record because it's already there. And if you see, the new record is not inserted. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to manage it. Now once you when new user is created, make sure to return with a result of 0. Okay, otherwise empty, and save it. Now it means we are able to successfully create a new user. Now the next thing is we need to save it in a state so that later on you can access it from anywhere, and you don't need to call this create new user or this API endpoint every time. Now in order to do that, we can use a state management library called context. So context is very powerful when you want to share some data across a multiple pages or components, and so that's the reason we are going to create a context. So inside the root directory, let's create a folder called context, and inside the context we'll create a user context.tsx, I will say user detail context.tsx. Inside that we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure you are importing from the React. Now for now I'll provide a type any, and here I'll provide it as a null and save it. Once you save, let's go back to the provider and we'll define a default state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. And whenever you got the result, here we'll set the user detail with the result dot data. Now this particular data you want across the application, right? So you can simply wrap your children inside this user detail context dot provider, and to this provider you need to provide a default value, the initial value of this state. So the initial value is nothing but the user detail, and we are already setting, so you can simply add it. Now at any pages or component, if you want to update the user detail context, you can directly update from that page and it will automatically reflect everywhere. Now let's save this one, and that's how you can simply create a context in order to manage your state. Okay, now in any page you can access this information that I'm going to tell you later on how to read the data from this context. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So this way we also completed this save new user detail to a database. Now it's time to push our code to a new branch so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So simply go to the source control. Inside that we'll create a new branch, and this is chapter 4, and we'll say authentication using Clerk. Click enter. After that, make sure to stage all of this file and give the commit message using Clerk, and then we'll say commit. Once it commit, publish this branch and then go to your GitHub account. Here make sure to create a pull request, and once you create the pull request, wait to review the code, your code with a CodeRabbit. Once the CodeRabbit review your code, then you can simply merge this pull request. In this chapter, we are going to implement a landing screen. On this landing screen, we are going to add a header with a sign in option if user is not signed in previously. Then the hero section where user can enter his prompt in order to create or generate the UI/UX design. A default project suggestion list as well along with their prompt, and then we are going to create a new project once user submit the project info. So this is how our mockup will look like, where at the top we have a header. If user is not signed in, then user will see this get started button. Obviously user need to sign in first, and once user is signed in, then user will see a user profile image. On this hero section, we have this input box along with the title. Then on this input box, we have the drop down whether user want to generate for the website or for mobile. And then once it is submit, we're gonna save or create a new project information into our database, and then it will redirect it to the project/project ID page, which we are going to create in the next chapter. But before that, we have to make sure user is authenticated before creating a new project. Then we have the project suggestion list, and then whenever user created the project, that project will display under this project section on the home screen. Okay, now I already have the suggestion list which we are going to display over here, but first thing first, let's create the header. So we'll go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab first, and then inside this app folder we are going to create a new folder called _share. Now all the shared components related to this home screen will keep inside this shared folder, and inside that we'll create header.tsx file. Now let's add a default template and then save it. Let's go to this page.tsx, which is the home page of our app, right? I will clean everything and then I will import this header, something like this, and then save it. Then let's go to the header, and first thing I'm gonna show the logo. Now I already added the logo inside my public folder as a logo.png. I will share this asset with you. So first I will add an image tag with a source, and then here we just need to give the path, which is /logo.png. Then give the alt tag, the width and height, and then save it. Now once you save, make sure the logo is displaying on the screen. See, after that let's give the logo, the application name. So here we'll say UIUX mock, and I will wrap this again inside one div, so that I will add a flex with a gap to 2 and then item to be in the center. After that I will increase this size for this text. So we'll say text to XL and then font to semi-bold. For this UI UX mockup, you can even change the color. Okay, we'll do it in a moment. After this, I'm going to add a UL tag, and inside that I want to add two options. One which is the home and other as pricing. Obviously you can add more section, it's totally up to you. Now for this UL, I will make it flex, gap to 5, item to be in the center, and let's look how it look on the screen. Now whenever I hover on this one, I want to change the color, right? So simply I will say hover, and then we'll say text primary. After that I also going to add a cursor pointer. So whenever I hover on this one, the pointer will change. Let's save this file first, and if you see, the pointer is getting changed. Perfect. If you want, you can change this text. So you can add text large to this UL tag, and it's now little bit bigger. And the last, we want to add a button. So here we'll say get started. Now this button color is a primary color which look like a black color. Now we want to change our primary color. So in order to change it, simply go to the global CSS, and inside this root, search for the primary. So over here we have this primary color, but this format is little bit understandable, right? So it's not easy to understand and easy to add this color. You cannot add hex color. So question is how to do it. It's very simple. Simply go to this oklch.com, and here you can simply add a hex color. So for example, you can choose the color whichever you want, and then you can simply copy this. Now if you want to pick the color, I already have this Chrome extension for a color picker. After this I will choose this color, something like this, and once you choose, copy this hex color, go back to this site and then click enter. Now copy this color and I will replace this, something like this, and then save it. Once you save, go back and boom, if you see, now the primary color changed. Now if I hover on this one, the primary color is now changed. Pretty cool, right? So same thing you can do it. Now inside the header, let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, first we'll say flex, then item to be in the center, and then justify between, and that's how it look like. I'm also going to add some padding. Okay, and if you want, you can add a shadow effect. It's totally up to you. Now whenever I hover on any of this one, make sure you added the style for both of them. So let's copy for this pricing as well and save it. See, if you want, you can give more gap between these two. Okay, and that's how our header is now ready. Just quick update that I'm going to do is to add a primary color to this text. So inside the span, I will add this UI UX only, and then I will change this to primary, something like this. See, now the next thing is add a hero section. So for the hero, go to this shared folder again, and we'll create a hero.tsx file. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now let's jump to this page.tsx, and here we'll add hero page. Now if you observe carefully, in this mockup, we have the beautiful gradient background. The question is how to add that. It's quite easy. So simply inside the page.tsx, here you can add a div, and you can just close this div, and for this div we'll say a class name. Inside that I will make this div as an absolute, then first at the top 40 and then left side 40, which is a left top corner, I will add a height of 500 pixel and width of 500 pixel. Let's put it down. Then I will just get the background with a purple color. So we'll say background purple, and here we'll say 400 by 20. So a little bit what we call it as a transparent effect. Then make sure to add some blur effect. So it's totally up to you how much you want to add. And then I will make this rounded full. Let's save this one and let's see how it look on the screen. And boom, if you see on the top left corner we have this beautiful gradient. Same thing we have to do with the different color. So let's copy this div again and I will paste it few more times. Now you just need to change the color and its position. So let's say you wanna add top 20 and we'll say right. So instead of this left, now we'll say right to minus 200 pixel, and over here we'll change this color to, let's say, background pink. See, so on the right side we have this background pink. Also you can update remaining one. So now in this case I will say bottom 200 pixel, we'll say minus, and then here we'll say left 1 by 3. Okay, and then I will change this to, let's say, background blue. Okay, so at the bottom you will see the blue background, and the last you can just change this. So we'll say top to 200 pixel and left to 1 by 2. So left to 1 by 2, and I will change this background to, let's say, sky color, and boom. Okay, so that's how we added the gradient color, but you can switch it, move a little bit. It's totally up to you how you want to display. Now once your background color is ready, now let's add the hero section. Now inside the hero section let's add an h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag we'll simply say design high quality website and mobile app designs. Now for the website and mobile app, I'm gonna change the color to primary. So here we'll say class name text primary. Now for this h2 tag we'll change the class name. We'll say text is of 5XL, font to bold, and text to be in the center, something like this. See, okay, now obviously the width is too much, so you can just add the class name, and here we'll say padding to 10, then padding X, or let's say on medium screen padding X to 24, on large screen we'll give padding X to 48, and XL padding X to, let's say, 60. I think this is pretty good. Then we also give margin top to, let's say, 20. So we want to give some margin from the top. After that h2 will add a p tag, and inside the p tag here we say imagine your idea and turn into reality. Now for this h2 tag we'll make it text to be in the center and text gray. So over here we'll say text gray 600 and text large, margin top to 3. Perfect. Obviously you can add bigger text, this looks smaller, but it's totally up to you. Now the next part is to add this text box. So Let's move to the StatCN, and StatCN recently added a brand new component called input group, and this is how it look like. See, okay. Now inside this input group, obviously this in group contain a lot of different add-on, so that which you can use it, and it's already installed, so you don't need to install it again, and you can even search a different example. So if you scroll down little bit, you will find some example which can match with our design. So this one, okay. So it's very easy. First you need to import all of this as it is. If you don't want to use auto resize, you can just remove that, and then I will copy this div, and then here you can paste it. Now instead of this text area auto size, here I will add text area or input group text area. You can add input group text area. Let's save it. Let's see how it looks, and boom. If you see, we have this beautiful text box. Now you need to bring that in the center of the screen. Now in order to bring this in the center, first let's remove this maximum width from here, and then add this maximum width to this input group. So we'll say max width to, let's say, Excel. After that, save it, and then we want to add it in the center, so we'll say justify center, and don't add this grid. Instead of grid, just make it flex, okay. And that's how it look. Now give some margin top, let's say 5, and we also want to give a background, so we'll say background to white. Also, once you give background, add z index, so it will be on the top. See, after that, let's add some rounded corner, little bit more, and we want to add a drop down over here. Also, for this text area, I will add minimum. Here we added the minimum height, so let's change this to 24, okay. And then I will remove this placeholder, and here we'll say enter what design you want to create. Now let's add another add-on. So we want to add a selector, so go to this StatCN component, search for the select component, and this is how it look like. In order to use it, simply copy this import statement because it's already installed, so you don't need to install it again. Once you add this select, I will copy this select example, and then we'll paste it here. Now inside the class name, you don't need to give anything. Let's see how it looks on the screen first. So if you see, we have this drop down on the left and the button on the right. That's perfect. Now instead of this submit button, I will add a paper plane icon. I think, oh, that's weird, so we'll say paper I don't see a paper icon. Let's see. Okay, this send button is still good, and then we have this drop down. Now let's update the drop down. So placeholder will be here we'll say just type. The select item only contain two. One is website and other is for mobile. You can even provide a default value. So default value you can add it, but make sure when you change this label, the select item label, you also need to update this value. So over here we'll say website and mobile. Over here we'll say website as a default one, and if I refresh it, you will see the default selected as a website. Okay, but you can change this to mobile anytime. Now if you see this mockup carefully, I also want to add this beautiful animated text, okay, which you can easily add it. Simply you need to go to this magicui.design. I will put the link in the description. Go to the components, and in this component you will search an option. There are a lot of different animated options, okay. So if I go to this text animation, typing, light shadow, there are a bunch of other. You can select the one which you like it. Now in our case, I want to add this animated gradient text. Now in order to add, first you need to install this. Now this is based on StatCN. so you don't need to install any pre libraries, okay, except you need to install a motion. But first let's install this library. Then you can copy this example. So go to the code and let's copy everything as it is. And whatever you copied, just paste it just above this text, okay. After that, make sure to import this cn, then the animated gradient text, and then icon. Let's save this one, go back to your project, and then here you will see this text, but the background or the width is quite bigger, okay, so you need to update that. So here I'm gonna simply add a width, or we'll say maximum width to small, okay. And if I want to bring in the center of the screen, I think you can wrap it inside this div, and then for this div we can make reflex item to be in the center, and then we'll say justify center with a width full, okay. Also make sure to give bottom margin, and over here let's change this to 12. We don't want to below, and that's how our hero section is now ready, okay. Now the next part, obviously we want to add suggestion section. So in order to add a suggestion section, I already have the list of suggestion ready for you. You can simply copy that, right. Once you copy it, we're gonna create a new folder inside the root directory, and we can call it as a data, okay. Now all the constant data will keep inside this data folder. Inside this you can add a constant.tsx file, and then simply all the suggestion list which you copied. Now make sure to export these suggestions, because you can use it throughout the application whenever you need it, right. So we exported, let's save this one. After that, let's go to this hero section, and then after this div, because let me close this, after this div we are going to render those suggestion. So we'll add a suggestion dot map, and inside that we'll say suggestion comma index arrow function, and then we'll add a div. Inside the div, first let's add an h2 tag, and then inside that we'll say suggestion dot icon, because we already have the icon. For this div we'll add a key as an index, save it, and let's see how it looks. And if you see, we got this icon. After that we'll add another h2 tag for the suggestion dot disk name, okay. So we have the name as well, and then let's bring everything in the center. So first we'll add a class name with a padding to, let's say, 2. Then we'll add a border with a rounded corner, and we want everything in one line. So for this div we'll make it flex with a gap to 5, okay. See, then we'll give margin top to, let's say, 7, or not 7, but let's margin top to 4, and for each of them let's make it flex item to be in the center, and this need to be a flex column, so we'll make flex column, so one after other. And for this h2 we'll make text to be in the center, okay. Then we want to add a background white, so we'll say background white. Now if you think background white is not getting applied, that's because of z index, so you can change this z index to 10, and now the background is now getting applied. Perfect, right. Now for this icon let's add text larger, and over here I will add line clamp to 2, so it will not extend to the third line. And also I'm going to change this text size to, let's text smaller, okay. Let's say extra small. How it looks, I think extra small is too small. Let just make it small, so that's look good. See, now whenever user click on this one, right, automatically the prompt will get added inside this text area. So first I will make this cursor pointer, so whenever user hover on it, the cursor will change, and whenever you click on it, the prompt will automatically set to this text area. So I'm gonna create a new state, and we can call it as a user input comma set user input is equal to use state. Now this is a string, right? So you just need to provide a type string, and that's how TypeScript work. If you did not provide, so that's a normal JavaScript. But if you provide a type and then it converted to a TypeScript, and now from next time you cannot save any number, any other record. You have to save it as a string, and that is called a type safety. Now when a user click, we have to set the value. So for this div, we'll add onClick method, and then we'll simply set the user input with suggestion dot name. Oh, sorry, not name, the description, because we have the prompt for that one. Now once you save, as we are using a state, we need to make sure this component will be on the client side, because the React hook or any hooks cannot work on the server side. You have to mention the component on the client side, then only you can use it. And right now if you see, we don't have that error anymore. Next thing, once you set the value, we have to make sure inside the text input it will display. So for this text area, I will provide a value and will provide a user input as a default value. Now if I click on it, see, it's get added directly. Cool, right? Now also if user want to enter something, right, we have to make sure the value will get set to this user input. So for this text area, we'll add onChange method, and this onChange method will emit the event. Then we'll set the user input using the event dot target dot value and save it. Now not only this, but you can even enter your own input as well, and that's how you have to set. Also depends on this selection, that selection also we need to save in a state. So I will create a state called constant design or device type, or we'll say just device comma set device is equal to use state. And again you can provide a type string, but we have device type as website and a mobile only, right? So that type you can just simply add it. Now in order to define all of the type inside our application, we can keep inside a one folder called type. Okay, so just create a new folder called type, and inside this type we'll create a file called types only, so types.tsx file. Inside that you can create export type, and then we can name it as a device. Here we'll say device type, but this is not an interface, so you can just leave it as it is. But inside this, going forward, we are going to save the type, but for now you can just add, let's say, mobile or website. Okay, so other than that it will not save it and it will give you the error. Now once you set this device type on select, so over here we'll say on value change, it will emit the selected value, and then you can simply set the device with the value, as simple as that. Now if you see, this one return the string of type string only, okay, but our device type is mobile or website. So simply I will change this to string again, and I think that will resolve our error. Perfect, and then save it. Now whenever I change, this particular type will automatically get saved. Now also make sure the default type you will provide over here as website, because our default selection is a website only. Now currently we already sign in, right, but still it's showing the get started button because we did not added any logic over here. So now in order to fix this, so we'll create a constant with the type user, and here we can use a use user hook from the Clerk Next.js. Now this user information has all of the detail which we want. Now over here we'll say if there is a no user, okay, then you can show this get started button. Otherwise, we can show a user button, okay, and save it. Now if I refresh it, obviously we got the error because we are using a hook, so we need to mark this header component on the client side. And now if you see, we have this button because we already sign in. But if I sign out, then it will show a get started button. Now what once user click on get started, right? So inside this or after this user, if it's not sign in, you can add a sign in button as well from the clerk. And inside the sign in button, you can add your own button. Okay. Now on this sign in button, if user click it, it will go to this sign in page. See, but if you want to open the sign in as a pop-up model on the same screen, you can also do that. You can simply define a mode, and inside the mode you have model or redirect. So we'll click a model. Now if user click on get started, you will see this beautiful model open on the same screen. And same with the sign up. And now if I sign in, then it automatically sign in. See, that's how easy it is. So make sure that you added this condition. Now the next thing we need to do, go to this hero, and when user click on submit button or send button, right, where we already have, at that time we want to verify if user is sign in or not. And if not sign in, then make sure to open the model. Otherwise, user can or our system automatically can create a project. So here we'll create an on click method, and here we'll create a new method called on create project. Now this on create project method we are going to create over here. And first we'll need to check if user is sign in or not. So I will add a user as a use user. You can use auth as well to verify user is sign in or not. And that's also quite easy. Okay, first you need to add a use auth from the clerk. I think you can add it from the Next.js as well. And then here it has a different option like is sign in, organization role, session ID, user ID, and lot of other information. So it's totally up to you. Now inside that, if user is not there, then you need to redirect user to the sign in page. Okay, now in order to redirect it, we'll say constant router is equal to use router. Make sure this use router hook we are importing from the next/navigation, and then we'll say router dot push slash sign in page, as simple as that. And then make sure to return empty. Otherwise it will go to the next line of code, which will create new project. Okay, now obviously in order to create a new project, we need to save that project information into a database, right? And we need a database for that. So in order to create a new table into our database, we'll simply go to our config folder where we have schema.tsx. Inside that we'll create export constant. Here we'll say project table is equal to pg table, and then you can give the name as a project. Inside that we'll add id, okay, which is the default id. Then I'm also going to add a project id, which will be the a long project id. We'll keep the type as a varchar, and the in validation we'll say not null. Then here we'll say user input, whatever the user enter, right? So that input of type varchar. Then a device of type varchar again. Then at what time is get created, so created on, and you can provide a type as a date. Okay, make sure you are importing from the drizzle orm pg core, and you can provide a default date as well as a date time. Okay, so make sure this date time also you are importing from the, I don't know why it's not showing, or you can import from the date time. I think instead of default you can say default dot now. Okay, so it will add a current date. After that, I'm also going to add a config for the project. Okay, I will provide a type any because it might be a JSON, or you can just add a JSON type from the PG core, something like this, and save it. Now obviously later on we are going to add a more column, but for now I think that's enough in order to create a new project. So in order to push these changes now, I will stop this studio first, and then we'll use this drizzle kit push command again. So it will apply with all the new changes, and you can verify by checking running this drizzle studio. If I go to this drizzle studio, refresh it, and then you will see a new table get added called project. Inside that we have all the column which we need. Now after that, on the click of submit, we need to insert the record, and for that one we need an API endpoint which will actually insert the record. So inside this API folder we'll create a project folder, and inside the project we'll create a route.tsx file. Now let's add a default, not default template, but here we'll say export async function and then post request. And then save it. Now one more important thing that we miss inside the schema, we need to add who created this project, right? The user ID. That is very important. So here we'll say user ID, and that user ID we need to attach with this user table. So either you can use this ID or you can use a email. Email will be the unique. So we'll use this email. So we'll say varchar, and then we'll say references to user table dot email. Okay, so that's how you need to add. Obviously you can put it as a not null because this is mandatory. So we'll say not null as well, and then save it. Now if you see, we modified the current table, right? So even though you modify it, you have to run the same command, and then that changes will automatically get applied, and you can verify that change by running the local studio, and here you will see a new column which is a user ID. Cool, right? So that's how you have to do it. Now let's go to our route.tx under the API project folder, and then inside that we need to get some data from the post body. So here first we'll say user input, then the device. I think that's all we needed. Here we'll say await request.json. The user information we'll get it from the await current user, so you don't need to do anything for that. Now in order to insert that project, okay, so over here we also need a project ID, so make sure to get this project ID as well. Now here we'll say constant, then result is equal to await db dot insert. Now the table name is project table dot values, and inside this value you need to add the project ID which we already have, then the user ID nothing but the user email, so we'll add that email ID. The config we don't have, the created on, it will automatically get added. The device information, we have the device info, and then the user input, so that user input we are also going to add. Over here I will add as a string, so the error will gone, and then if you want you can simply return the inserted information. Once it is inserted, you can return using the next response. So this need to be a response dot json and then the result of 0. Okay, because it will give the list and you have to just return the first inserted record, and that's how our project API endpoint is ready. Now go to this hero section, and once user click on this on create project and once user is sign in, then we just need to call that. So we'll say await axios dot post, we'll say slash API slash project, and then inside the body you need to pass the value. So first user input as user input, then the device as device. After that we need to provide a project ID. So in order to generate a unique ID, we'll add this random UID from the crypto. You don't need to install anything for that. And then here I will define a project ID first. So we'll say project ID is equal to random UUID, which will generate a random ID, and then simply pass this project ID. As we are using await, I will mark this as async, and then inside the console we'll say result dot data. Now also you have to make sure if there is a no user input, right, then we'll return nothing, and then you can show some kind of toast message that you have to enter some prompt. After that you have to make sure you will maintain a loading state, and the initial value is false. Now whenever user click on create project, we'll set the loading as true, and once it's successful we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever there is a loading, you need to change this icon as a loading state indicator. So here we'll say if loading, then I will add it as a loader icon, otherwise I will use this send icon, and for this loader icon I will animate with a spin. And also I'm going to disable this button when there is a loading. Okay, perfect. And after that obviously we need to navigate to project route. Okay, that will implement later on, but first we'll check whether we are able to install the or insert the record or not. So here let's take any example. You can select this ID and simply click send, and if you see we got the loading indicator, but we got also an error. So let's see what's the issue. So I will open the inspect panel, and inside the console it's saying random UID is not a function, so it's not generating the random UID. Maybe you can try as crypto.randomuid, and let's test this out. So I will refresh this. Okay, and let's try this and click send, and boom, if you see we got the data and the data is get inserted. You can verify by refreshing your table, and here we have the project ID, the user input, the device, and when it's get created. Perfect, right? And I think that's all we needed. So that's how we successfully insert the user entered input, so that we created the project, and later on we'll learn how to navigate to that new page, which is a project page, and how to implement the other remaining parts. But up until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And then we'll push all our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review. So we'll create a new branch. So go to the branch, we'll create a new branch, and then give the branch name. So here we'll say landing screen. After that, make sure to stage all of this file, and then give the commit message. Once you commit these changes, make sure to publish your branch, and then go to your GitHub. Once you're on the GitHub project, from there you can simply create the pull request, and then make sure to click on this create pull request. Over here you will see all the file changes you made. Now CodeRabbit will start reviewing your code. Not only that, but it also write complete summary what you implemented in this particular PR, which help us to any developer, or even for you later on you will find what are the changes you made inside this particular branch. Pretty cool, right? So make sure to wait, and after that you can simply merge your pull request. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the project playground, where we need to show a canvas along with the settings option. Now this chapter contain a part 1 which basically going to add a project layout along with the header section. Then we are going to add a setting section as well, and then option to create a new screen showing the theme list, option to select the font, screenshot option, save. Everything will be included inside this setting section, and at the end we are going to push our code. Let me show you how it looks. So I already have this raw mockup, and we are going to create a new route called project and the project ID, which is the dynamic one. After that, we are going to add an header along with the save button on it. Then we have this left section where we are going to add a setting like project name, AI prompt in order to create a new screen. So user will enter the prompt and then it will start generating the screen, depends on the previous information. And then theme selection, user can immediately select the theme as well. Also, we can give an font selection as an optional and option to take a screenshot. On the right hand side, we are going to add a canvas where all the generated screen will be displayed, and user can edit those screen, can move on this canvas. Everything is going to implement later on, but first thing first, let's implement this setting section. Now we'll go back, and then we are going to create a new route. So inside this app folder, we'll create a project route, and we want a dynamic as well. So we'll create a project ID as a dynamic one. Now when you want to make a dynamic route, make sure you will start with the square braces, okay? And then inside this, we'll create a page.tsx file. Now let's add a default template. Here we'll say project canvas playground as a page name, and then save it. Now if you remember, we already have inside this hero section, when user create the project, we added this comment that we want to navigate to that particular route. So in order to navigate programmatically, make sure you have a router defined, which we already defined, and then we'll say router dot push, and here we'll say slash project ID. Now we already have the project ID created, so we'll navigate to that particular project ID, okay? And that's how easy it is. Now let's save it and let's test this out. So we'll go to our page, and here let's say you want to create a finance tracker and I want to create a mobile app. Then I send this, okay, and automatically it navigate me to this project canvas playground. Pretty cool, right? And this is the project ID. Obviously the data is also inserted to our database, and in that one we already have all of this information. So if I refresh it, you will see we have the project ID with the input and all. Perfect. Now let's add a header first. Let me close all of this tab, and then inside this project ID, I'm going to create a folder called _share. So all the shared component related to this particular page we are going to keep inside this shared folder, and then we'll create project header.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Make sure this header you will add. So over here we'll say project header and save it. Now first I will add a logo. Now I will copy this existing one from the header as it is, and make sure to import this image from the next/image, and this is how it look like. And on the right side we want to add a button called save. Now this button also need to import. Now for this we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify between with a padding to 4, and if you want you can give shadow as well, something like this. See, looks pretty good, right? You can just change this padding to 3 for example. Perfect. Now for the save you can add a icon, save icon. So we have this icon as well. Now on the left side we want to add a setting section. So let's go to the page.tsx, and inside this we'll create a div. Now one is for setting and other section is for canvas right? Now we'll create a two different component. Inside the shared, I'll create a setting section.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this setting section, I will give width to, let's say, 100 pixel, okay? And just to look how it look on the screen, I will give some background color, and then let's add a height to screen, okay? Or maybe we can say 90 vertical height and save it. Now if I go to this page.tsx, make sure to import this settings section and save it. Now you will see this setting section, but the width is too small. Either you can update this to, let's make it 250 pixel, or make it 300. Perfect. And this much is the setting section, and on the right hand side will be the canvas. Now you don't need this background color, so you can simply remove that. Now next thing, let's add all the information. So first we'll add a h2 tag, and here we'll say settings. In class name we'll say font medium, text larger. Then for this div I'm going to add some padding, so we'll add padding to 5, and if you want you can add border to right. So we have this vertical border as well. Now first section we want to add a project name, so here we'll say h2, and then we'll say project name. I will add a text smaller, and then we want to add an input component with a placeholder as project name, and then save it. Now let's give some margin from the top. So I think it's better you can wrap inside the div, and then margin top to, let's say, 3. Perfect. And here as well we can say margin bottom to 1. After this I will copy this div, and here we'll say generate new screen, and instead of input I will add a text area, and here we'll say enter prompt to generate using AI, something like this. See, then just below that we need to add a button as well, and this button will say generate with AI, and you can add icon. So we'll add a sparkles icon. Perfect. Over here I will add a size as small, then inside the class name we'll give margin top to 2, and this is how it look like. I think here we can give more margin from the top, and you can also add a width to full. Perfect. Next part we want to show a themes, so user can select a themes as well. So let's copy this section as it is, and instead of this text area and button I will remove that. Over here I will add as a themes, and now we want to show a multiple themes. So I already added the different themes inside this eraser doc. You will find the link in the description in order to access this doc. Simply copy these themes. Okay, now each theme contain an background color, primary, pop over, all of this color and its color code. Okay, you can just use that. So I will copy everything as it is, then simply go to your data. Inside the data create a new file called themes.tsx, and then paste it here. Okay, now we have all these different themes, and then save it. Now once you added this all of this theme, if you carefully observe, we also have the theme name list. So whatever the themes we added over here, we added also inside this name list. Okay, so it will be easy in order to render it. Now once it's saved, let's go back and inside our settings section, and here we are going to display all of these themes. So let's add a div, and for this div I will give a height of 200 pixel, and then overflow we'll say auto. Then we'll iterate all of these themes. So we'll say theme name list, make sure to import that. Then map, here we'll say theme comma index and the arrow function. After this, we'll add another div, and first we'll show a theme name. So inside the h2 tag, we'll say theme, we'll say theme, okay, and then save it. Once you add, you will see the theme name. Perfect. And after that, we want to show the colors from it. So in order to show color, that color will be inside your themes, and inside this theme, if you see, for each of the theme we have different color. The question is how to show it. It is quite easy. So simply let's add a div, okay, and inside this div we'll simply say themes of theme dot primary, for example, and then for this div we'll add a class name with a height to 4, width to 4, and I think you don't need to add because we don't want to show the color code, but we want to add as a style. So over here I will wrap inside the curly braces with this tag, and inside the dollar sign we'll say a background color, or just we can say background with a dollar and then this color code. Okay, so make sure to add that and then save it. Once you save, let me refresh it. Right now it's not displaying somehow, so let's see and why. Somehow inside this class name the color is not getting applied. The another alternative is to just add a style, and inside the style you can add a background, and then we can simply add that color. So we'll say themes of theme dot primary and then save it, and this is how it look like. See, perfect, right? Now same thing, you can copy it and paste it. So in this case I will say secondary. Make sure to remove these square braces which we don't need it, and then we added the secondary. I will also copy, and here we'll say accent, and we'll add one more, and here we'll say we have a lot of others, so you can select any of them. Let's say background, and these are now it displaying on the screen. Perfect. Now after that we have to style it. So I will wrap all of this color inside a one div, and then we'll add a class name with a flex and gap to let's say 2. Okay, after this, for each of these class name you need to add a rounded corner. Okay, so you can simply select control and then you can edit all of them at the same time. So we'll say rounded full, and this is how it looks. Pretty cool, right? Now let's give some padding to this. So we'll say padding, or not this one, so we'll say padding to this one only. So we'll say padding to 2. Oh, so I think we gave to this wrong one. I think we need to give over here only, or instead of this one we can give padding to main div. So over here we'll say a border with a rounded 2XL, and then let's say margin bottom to 2. Perfect. And you can even scroll it, see. So that's how easy it is. Now whenever you select any of this theme, you have to save that theme name. So we'll say constant, let's define a theme, comma set, or we'll say selected theme, comma set selected theme is equal to use state, and then by default you can add one theme, okay, which is a selected one. But whenever you click on the theme, you have to make sure to set that theme. So we'll say set selected theme as theme name. After that, whenever user select that particular theme, you have to change the little bit style so that it will look like a selected one. So for this div tag, I will wrap in a curly braces and so that we can apply a dynamic style depends on the condition. So here we'll say if theme dot, or we can just say theme is equal to selected theme, then you can add a border primary and then a background primary, and then we want to give a light color, so we'll say let's say 20 and then save it. As we are using a use state which is the React hook, we need to mark this component on the client side and save it. So if you see, by default this is selected, but if I click on this one, now it automatically change. So this selection is quite important, so that's the reason we added. Now next we want to add an option to take a screenshot or also share it, right? For a font is optional, we'll implement later on, but for now let's add a section. So I will copy this div first. We don't need text area, but just we'll need extras. We'll say name extras and we'll add a button, let's say screenshot. Okay, so it will take a screenshot of the complete canvas, and here I will change this icon to camera. We don't need to give it as a full and save it. The variant I'm going to update, so we'll say a variant as outline. Also I'm going to add a similar kind of button, but here now we'll say save, or we can say share. So we have share icon, and here I will change this to share again. Perfect. Now let's wrap inside the div so that you can add some styling. So over here we'll say class name flex gap to let's say 3. Perfect. So you have extra option if user want to take a screenshot or share this particular canvas. But that's all about these settings. Only thing that we need to do is to add a state in order to capture project name and the user input or prompt section. So I will define a state called constant user. Over here we'll say user or project name, set project name is equal to use state, and then we'll say another constant for user new screen input, set user new screen input is equal to use state. Obviously it is of type string. Now make sure to attach, so on change of this project name, which will emit the event, and then we'll set the project name with the whatever user enters. So it will be event.target.value, and same I will going to add for this screen. So we'll say on change with the event, and here we'll say set user new screen input with the event.target.value. Okay, so that's all, and then save it. Now in this chapter we are just implemented the UI part. No any logic we return right now. We'll implement once we have the actual code generated code, so that you can easily attach everything together. But for now I hope you understand this layout is very important because it helps us to design our canvas, okay, by leaving this setting side aside. Now I also added one more color along with the linear gradient inside the style, okay, where I provided the background primary and accent color along with 135 degree, means the angle of the gradient, and this is how it look like. Pretty cool, right? You can do it for all of them or each of these color along with the combination of foreground and the uh, main color like primary and primary foreground, something like that, right? But it's totally up to you how you want to display. Now after this we are going to push our code to the GitHub. So we already finished the creating a layout screen, the header section, the setting section along with option to create a new screen, theme list and font along with the screenshot option. Now this is just a UI. Okay, again we are going to implement the actual functionality later on in this course. Now let's create a new branch. So inside this source control, we'll create a new branch first, the chapter 6, and here we'll say project layout setting section. After that, make sure this get checkout, stage all of this file, and then I will add a commit message, publish your branch, and once it is published, we'll go to our GitHub in order to create the pull request so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So wait to finish the CodeRabbit code review and then we'll merge our code to the main branch. Now in this chapter, we are going to generate a UI/UX mockup configuration using AI. This configuration can help us to generate an actual mockup design. Obviously, we need to verify whether the project have a configuration created or not. And if not, then only we are going to create a configuration. We are going to set up an open router AI model. Then we are going to generate a layout config using that AI model. Then we're going to save that into our database and at the end we are going to push our code. Later on, with the help of this configuration, we are going to generate an actual mockup. Let me walk through this workflow. So now once user land on this particular project canvas playground, then we'll check if that with the particular project ID is configuration already created or not. And then if not, obviously we are going to pass an app layout configuration prompt and it will generate the screen ID, screen name, purpose and the description. Obviously it's a object list. If there are 4 screens, then it will generate 4 different layouts, 4 different JSON object, and this is in the form of JSON. Okay, after this JSON generated, we need to save it to our database and then we're gonna pass this to the next step where we are going to attach the screen generate prompt along with this description for each screen, and then it will generate a complete HTML Tailwind CSS based screen. Okay, obviously which is based on our theme selection as well, and at the end we are gonna display it. So this is the complete workflow once user land on the project canvas playground. Okay, don't be confused, I'm gonna give a step-by-step guide how to do it. Now very first thing we need to do, inside this project canvas playground, it means on this page, with the help of this ID we have to make sure that, or we need to fetch the project detail first and then we need to make sure that this project detail don't have any configuration. Okay, so simply we'll create a new method, we'll say constant get project detail and the arrow function. Now obviously we need to fetch that particular project detail only, right? So inside our API endpoint we don't have the get request, so I'm going to create a new one. So here we'll say export async function get request and then we'll say next request. After this we need to get a project ID, so we'll say project ID is equal to await request dot next URL dot search param dot get, and then you need to pass or you need to get using this project ID. Obviously we also need a user information so that you can directly get it from the current user. So make sure this current user you are importing from the Next.js server, and then we are going to get the project information. So we'll say await db.select from project table dot where, because we need to add a condition. Let me bring this down, and then inside this we use AND operator because we want to pass two equal conditions. So here first equal contains a project table dot project ID matches with the project ID which we are passing, and the second, obviously make sure to import this AND operator and the equal to as well, and second operator will be equal to project table dot user ID matches with our user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, here I will pass it as a string, and here as well you can pass it as a string. Perfect. Now once we get the result, obviously it's a list and it will only return one record every time, so we'll simply return the result. So here we'll say result dot or result of 0. Perfect, and then save it. Now also you can wrap this inside the try catch block. Okay, so if you are getting some error, then you can simply return next response dot json as error message with a e. Okay, so if there is any error, then it will just return that message, or you can write e dot, I don't know whether there is anything, or we can simply write message as error and then save it. So that's how you can get the project detail. Now inside the get project detail, simply use await axios dot get slash API slash project, and then we need to pass a query parameter which is project ID, and obviously we already have the project ID, but just you need, in order to get this project ID, you can get it by destructuring this project ID with the use params. Okay, now this use param hook we are importing from the next slash navigation. As we are using a hook, we have to make sure that this component will be on the client side. As we are using await, mark this as a async and then pass this project ID over here. After that, once we get the result, we'll say console.log result.data and then save it. Now this get project detail we need to call whenever this component loads. So inside the use effect, we are going to call this get project detail. But make sure whenever the project ID is there, then only you can call. So this use effect will execute whenever the project ID is ready or updated, and then it will call that get project detail. Right now I'm just consoling, so we'll check whether we are getting correct data or not. So inside the inspect panel, go to the console, and at the bottom if you see, we got the project information with the user input, the device which user selected along with the project ID and all. Perfect. Now let's save that in a state. So we'll say constant project detail comma set project detail is equal to use state. And for this project detail, we need to provide a type as well. Now, in order to define a type for this project detail, we can create a type folder which we already have, and inside this type.tsx you can just create a type for the project. So you can say type project detail, or just say project type is equal to, and then define. So the ID of type number, then it also have project ID of type string. After that we have a device of type string, then user input of type string. Then you can just verify by going to this table, and here you will find all of this detail like created on, and we are also going to add a project name as a new field in the database, and then after that the theme. Okay, so which theme user selected. So all of this information we are going to save. I think that's all we needed. If you want to get this created on, that also you can get it. Oh, we already added created on, so you don't need to add, and this is an optional field, and then save it. Now make sure to export this project type so that you can simply use it here. So we'll say project type. Okay, and then once you have this result ready, you can set it to this project detail as result dot data. Now whenever you are getting this detail, you can set the loading state. So simply I will say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, but once you started you can set the loading as a true, and here we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, we need to show a loading indicator. Okay, now we are going to create a custom loading indicator which we can use it depends on what data we are fetching. So inside this div, just about the settings section, I'm going to add a div. Inside this we'll add a h2 tag and we'll simply say loading. Okay, now this message I'm going to update, so depends on what kind of data you are fetching. If you are generating the layout, we'll change this loading text to a generating layout or generating screen, something like that, right? So we'll say constant loading message comma set loading message is equal to use state, and initially by default you can set it as a loading, but at this place I will set the loading message as loading, or you are saying getting project detail, something like that. Okay, then over here I will replace this with the loading message. Just at the start I'm going to add a loader icon, and to this loader icon I'm going to animate this. So we'll say animated spin or animate spin. Then this particular div we are only going to show whenever the loading is true. Okay, and now for this div I will add a class name padding to, let's say, 3. Then you can also change the background, depends on how you want to show. I will show a background blue, little bit light. Okay, and I will add a border, but for the border I will add a border with a blue dark color. I will also add a rounded corner to it inside this class name, rounded to, let's say, XL, and then save it. Now if I go back our application, it will not visible because initially the loading is false, but in order to test it you can set the loading true, and if you see this loading is gone very quickly because we set the loading false. Let me comment this out so that you can easily see it, see something like this, right? Now next thing, we need to bring in the center of the screen and we want to show it as a floating one. So for this div I will mark this as an absolute. Okay, so this is how it looks, and then let me bring this down. We want in the center, so I will say left 1/2. Okay, so it automatically come in the center, and also we'll give a top to, let's say, 20. Then for this h2 tag I will make it flex gap to 2, item to be in the center, and for this background I will say little bit light, but I want a dark border, so I think, yeah, I think this is good. So here we'll say border. I think we also need to give border something like this, but you can just change this to 400. Perfect. So now it's showing as loading. Okay, over here now I will reset everything, and now if I refresh it, you will see it will gone immediately because we got the data, right? But every time you can change the message and everything, it totally depends on you. Now let's update our table, okay, because we also want to save the project name and the theme. So I will go to the schema file. So inside the config we have schema, and inside the project detail we are going to add the project name of type string, varchar, and then we also want to add the theme. Okay, again this is of type varchar, and then save it. Now once you make this modification, we have to make sure you will push these changes to your database so that table will get updated. So I will push these changes, and then I will verify by running the studio locally. Make sure to refresh your local result studio, and then inside the project you will have project name and the theme column added. Perfect. Currently, we are just saving the project basic information like project ID, the user input, created on, or project name or theme inside this project table. But we also need to make sure that the config that we are going to generate in the form of JSON, we need to save one by one into our database. And for that one, we are going to create a new table in order to store the screen ID, screen name, purpose, description, and actual code which we are going to generate. So let's go back to our application, and inside this schema file under the config folder, we are going to create a new table called project, or we'll say screen configuration. Screen config is equal to pg table, or I will name it as a screen config table, and here we'll say screen config, and then add the columns. So basically first column will be the ID, then the project ID, which is again important and which is connecting to this project table. So we'll say project ID. Obviously it is of type varchar, and then we are going to reference that to project table dot project ID. Okay, after this we need to add the screen ID. So here we'll say screen ID. Either you can put a type number, or you can also keep it as a varchar as well. Okay, so right now I will keep it as varchar. Then we need to add the screen name, its purpose. So we'll say screen name of type varchar, the purpose of type varchar. Then we need a description. So here we'll say screen description or layout description. And the most important, the code which is generated by the AI later on, right? So that is in the form of varchar only. Okay, or you can keep it as a text as well. So make sure you're inputting from this PG core the result, right? And I think that's all we needed for now, and then save it. After this, I'm going to stop this studio and we'll push all of these changes. And once you push these changes, again simply run the studio. And then if I go back to our studio, you will see the new table get added called screen config. Okay, now this screen config is connecting to this project as well. Now it is very important when you fetch the project detail information through this our API endpoint, you will also fetch the project config information, right? So currently we have this project detail info. In the same try block, we'll also get constant project config is equal to await db dot select from, and then here we'll say project config. So I think we did not export it. Oh, it's we rename it as a screen config. So make sure. So screen config, and then we'll say screen config table, and then we'll say dot where equal to, and then you just need to pass this project info. Okay, so we'll say project table dot project id comma project id, as simple as that. Okay, here we'll say as string, and when you return the data, now we'll return in the form of a JSON object. So simply we'll say project detail, and then we'll pass a result of 0, we'll assign that value, and for screen config we'll simply call, or we'll simply pass this screen config as it is, and then save it. Okay, so currently we don't have screen config. Obviously, if you don't have any screen config generated, then we have to make sure it will generate it. Okay, so now if I go back to our application, and if I go to this inspect panel, let me refresh this once, and now if you see, currently we got an error saying message error, right? It means something is not right. So instead of this project table, we need to pass a screen config table, right? So we copy pasted, but we copy pasted incorrectly. So make sure we need to pass screen config table, that will match. Now if I refresh this, you will see we got the project detail info and the screen config info as well. Perfect, right? Now on our page.tsx file, we are saving the project detail. Inside that, we are just passing the result.data, which obviously contain this project detail and screen config, but you can create a separate state which will hold the screen configuration. So we'll say constant screen config comma set screen config is equal to use state, and obviously we need to define a type for this one. So inside the type, we'll define export type screen config is equal to, and then for the screen config, first will be the id, then the screen id, obviously it is of type var string, then we need a screen name, purpose, and then screen description and the code as well. Once you define this screen config, make sure to export this so that you can use this type over here. So we'll say screen config, and it will be the list. So I pass it as a list. Initially it will be empty. Okay, now when you set the project data, make sure now you need to pass or save it as a project detail, and also I'm going to set the screen config as result.data.screen config, because that's the field we are returning from our endpoint, right? And that that particular value we are assigned to this particular state, and then save it. So that's how easy it is. Now obviously we'll check if the screen config is empty or not, and depends on that one we are going to generate this configuration. So we'll say constant generate screen config and the arrow function. Now this generate screen config we need to call when the result.data.screen config is empty. Okay, so either you can add that condition over here. So we'll simply say if result.data.screen config, if it's not there, okay, or we'll say is equal to empty, or not empty, but yeah, let's say empty, then we'll simply call this, or maybe we can say dot length is equal to 0, then we'll call this generate screen config method, and inside this right now I will just console it just to verify that our method getting called. Okay, so generate, here we'll say generating config and save it. Now if I refresh the screen, and obviously our expectation it will print the generating config, because we don't have any config created. Now whenever the it call this method, it means we need to generate that configuration. So Now in order to generate this config, we need to add a system AI prompt. So I already added inside our eraser doc, so you can just copy that, which contain all of this detail which need to generate the config. This particular config I wrote myself, and then I put it on the chat GPT in order to properly write in the proper format. Okay, so simply copy this as it is, and inside your data folder we'll create a new file called prompt.tsx. Simply add and paste the code which you copied. I will remove this tag and then save it. Over here I also imported the theme name list. Okay, so I'm also providing all the theme name list which we added, like Netflix, Shopify, Amazon and other. And uh, in this prompt which contain you are the lead UI UX developer for the device type. Obviously we need to pass the device type over here, and then all of these other details. Okay, so this is the proper system prompt that we generated. Now make sure to export this so that we can use it. Now we need to create an API endpoint to generate this configuration. So inside this API we'll create a new um, folder and we'll say generate config. Inside this generate config, we'll create a route.tsx file and simply add a function which will be the post request, type next request. Now from the post we need to get few data. So first is user input, then we also need a theme. Okay, obviously if you don't pass the theme, that's completely fine because AI will automatically take that one, but you need to pass a device type. And for now I think that's all we needed. Or okay, you can also pass the project ID so that we can simply save the data and is equal to await request.json. If you need anything else, you can just add it. After that we need to use an AI model. So for that one I'm going to use an open router AI model. Now open router is an AI API providers. Okay, obviously open router has a lot of different API which you can use it with the same code base, just you need to change the model name and then you are good to go. Okay, now if I go to this model, you will find a bunch of different model. The most interesting thing, you will also get a free model which you can try it. Okay, now there are a bunch of free model which if you want to use you can try. Like if you see, we have this open AI GPT OSS model, then Quen model, and there are DeepSeek model as well, you will find it. But if you want to get a good model, you can also get that as well. Now here for this example I'm going to use an open AI GPT model, but I will use the cheapest model like this Codex Mini, or you can even use Codex. It's totally up to you which model you want to use. So once you select this model, you will find this model ID which we need it. Okay, after that you can see all the analytics, what is the uptime for this one. In order to integrate, click on this quick start, and first thing you need to do is to create an API key. So we'll click on this create API key. If you see, I already have a lot of projects running on this open router. Here I will click on this create API key, give the API key name. So here we'll say UIUX mockup. Then you can even set the limit, the expiration if you want, and then simply click create. Once you create, you will get this API key. Now make sure to copy, otherwise you will lose it and you have to create a new. Once you copy, I will go to this .env file, and inside that I will create open router underscore API key, and then I will paste this key over here. Once you paste this key, simply go back to your open router model which you want to add, and under the quick start you will see this open router SDK. Okay, now you can import this open router SDK. Now in order to install this, first inside the terminal just paste npm I open router SDK. Okay, so this command you need to use. After that it will install this open router SDK for you, and then you can simply copy this example as it is. So I will copy this open router first, and then inside this config folder, so I will go to this config and will create open router.tsx file. Inside that I will paste this and I will make sure to export this open router, make sure to import this open router. I'm keeping inside this particular config so that you can reuse this initialization. Okay, now I have to make sure that I will import this statement also at the top, and then here you need to provide process.environment and then open router API key. Okay, obviously which we already defined inside our .env file. So that API key you need to provide and then save it. Once you define this open router, then you can simply use inside your router. So let's copy this example now. If you don't want to stream, you can just leave that as it is. Now I'm not using a stream output. Okay, so here we'll say AI result, something like this. Then we need to import this open router from our config folder. So I will import that one as well. Now we are using this model, but you can replace with any other free model. It's totally up to you. Then we have the role, the content. Obviously we don't want to pass any image, so I will remove that as well. Now along with this one, I also want to pass one more important field. So over here we'll say role, and inside the role we'll say a system. Okay, now whatever the prompt we wrote before that we need to pass over here. Then inside the content we'll pass a type as text and then text as prompt. Okay, so the prompt is, if I go to our prompt, it's called app layout config. Okay, and make sure to import that. Now we also have the system prompt and then we also have the role user. After this, for the user, obviously we need to change this text and then we need to replace that with the user input. Now for the system prompt, make sure that you also update the device type. So I will replace the text called device type with the device that user selected and then save it. Now this is the simplest way. Now you don't need to add a stream, so I will make it false, or you can just remove that field as well. Now once you define that, I will just console the result. Okay, and also we'll return the result as well. So we'll say return next response dot JSON, and then we have AI result dot, I think inside that we have to get a choices dot message content. Okay, over here let's add an optional operator field so that you will not get any error. Now obviously once we get this result, we need to save to database as well, but first we'll check if we are getting the result or not. So let's save it, and then inside our page.tsx file we're gonna call this API endpoint inside this generate screen config. So first thing first, we'll set the loading as a true, then we'll set the loading message as generating screen config. After that we'll simply call an API endpoint. So we'll say await axios dot post, then slash API slash generate config, and then we need to pass a body. So inside that we need to pass a project ID, which we already have. After that we need to pass a device type. Now device type you can simply get from the project detail information. So over here we'll say project detail dot device, then we need a user input. So we'll say user input from the project detail dot user input, and as we are using await, I will mark this as async. Then I will console the result first, and then at the last we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, and then save it. Now it is very important when you call this generate screen config, okay, when you check this one, you might not get this project detail because you are updating a state and then immediately you are calling this configuration, okay, and this will not set the project detail immediately, which you can use it. So in order to fix it, you can use a use effect. So you can add a use effect, and this use effect will execute when you have the project detail and screen config. So here we say project detail comma screen config, and or you can say and if both the value are present, and here we can check if project detail and screen config, and you can add this condition now. Okay, okay, obviously here we don't need a result.data, so here now we just need a screen config.length. If all of these condition matches, means you have project detail, you have the screen config, but screen config length is 0, then only you can execute this generate screen config. Obviously I will comment this out, okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out and we'll see whether we are getting data or not. So right now we already have the user input, and if you see, it already started generating the screen configuration for us. And here you will see the generate config inside the network tab with a post request. Inside the payload, you will see a device type, project ID and user input. And inside the preview, we got the response as well. Pretty cool, right? If I go to the console, you will see this big response generated by that AI model. Okay, now inside this response, you will see that we have the project name, then we have the theme that obviously it's selected by the AI only, okay, and then we have the description as well. Okay, so this is a device type, and then we have the screen. Now we need the result in the form of proper JSON. So over here, we'll create a constant, we'll say JSON AI result is equal to, and then we'll simply say json.parse and then add this. Now here I will provide it as a string. Okay, so now we have the JSON with a proper, the result with a proper formatted in the form of JSON. Now you can even test this before going to the next step. So I will go to the inspect panel inside the console. I will refresh this screen, and if you see, now it start generating the screen configuration, and once it is done, you will find a proper formatted JSON. I will clean this so you can see easily, and boom, if you see, now we have formatted data in the form of JSON, which is the project name, the theme it's selected, and then we have the 3 different screen as well. Okay, now each screen has the ID, the layout description, the name and its purpose. Now I'll also make sure that this project visual description field also get added so that we can use it when you want to generate a new screen, and then this project visual description automatically generate at the global level. Okay, now obviously whatever the data is generated, the screen information is generated, we need to save inside our database. So make sure once you have the proper output, you have to reference that proper output, and then you have to insert into a database. We already have the table created, so now we'll jump simply going to iterate this AI result. So we'll say JSON AI result dot screens. I will also take a reference. So inside the console, this is the output generated. So we have the screens dot for each screen we need to insert into a database. So screen, you right now if you want to provide a type, you can provide a type for the screen. For now I will keep as it is, or we can just say any, and then over here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert screen config table dot values, and inside this value you need to pass a project ID which we already have. Then you need to pass the purpose of it. Now this purpose you can get it from the screen dot purpose. So we'll say screen dot purpose. If you want, you can just define this type, it will be easy for you. So we'll say export type screen config, or just we'll say screen is equal to, oh, we already have the screen config defined, but later that is a little bit different than what we expect, or let's leave it for now. We'll just add this purpose, then the layout description, right? So for the, we call it as a screen description. So here we say screen dot layout description, and I think ID, and then we need to add a screen ID. Now for the screen ID, we can simply say screen dot screen ID. Oh, sorry, and I think we have the name. So this need to be ID only, and then the screen name with a screen dot name. Okay, so make sure all these 4 field you added along with the project ID. I will make this as async and then save it. Now at the top level, we also need to add this project name and visual description into our project table. Okay, so that is very important because that is at the top level. If you remember, inside our schema we don't have the project description, but you can put it inside the config if you want, or you can simply add a new column called project visual description as a new column, and then I will provide a type as text because it's a big text, right? Something like this, and then save it. Now you made the changes into your table, so make sure to push your new updated changes, and once you push these changes, you can simply run the studio. Make sure that brand new column get added into your project folder, project table, which is project visual description, and then you can simply insert that record as well. Okay, so I will go to our route.tsx, and here first we'll say insert or update project table with project name, and then here we'll say insert screen config. Now in order to update it, you can simply add await, then db dot update, and you need to update in project table. So we'll say project table dot set, and inside this set you need to add the project visual description, which you can get it from the JSON AI result dot project visual description. Okay, and same thing, project name from JSON AI result dot project name, something like this, and then save it. Now make sure you have the all the data, so we'll just making this call when you have the JSON AI result. Okay, and then save it. Here as well I will return inside this one only, else we'll say JSON, and then we'll add a message try, I will say internal server error. Perfect, and then save it. So these are some steps we took. First, once we generate the AI config result, we are going to update our project table with the visual description and the project name. Then we are going to update the screen. Here you can also update the theme because it's already selected the theme. So I will also update the theme as well. And then we have the screen config, which also we are inserting. Okay, now let's try everything all together and we'll see whether the it's generating a config, it's updating our project table, and it's updating our or inserting the record inside the screen config table. So let's try this out. Now it's loading, so we'll wait. And if you see, now we got this configuration. Now we'll go to the database, and inside the database I will refresh it, so you will see a config. Now inside the config we got two screens, see, attached to the same project ID. Okay, If I click on this one, you will see that info. Then we have the screen ID, screen name, purpose, screen description, everything. Inside the project, you will see now we have the theme and the project visual description. But if you observe carefully, there is a one mistake over here. When you're updating, you have to make sure you are updating only that particular record. So when you added this update set, here you need to add a condition. So, and inside the condition, we'll add only update that particular ID. So we'll say project ID, or we'll say project table first. So project table dot project ID matches with the project ID, and here we'll say adds string. Okay. Okay, if you are getting this equal to, I will just add ts ignore for this one and then save it. So that's how you can update your record as well once you generate it. Now from next time it will not generate, and if I try to refresh it after loading, it's done because we already have the screen configuration created. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to generate the configuration for your project screens. And then after that you can simply save this information. So I will just add. Now in our case, in this case, we just need to save the screen configuration. I think we don't need to do anything. So better you can simply call this get project detail again. So it will update with all the data. So I will simply call get project detail. Okay, and then it will again update. It will also get the latest updated date with the project name and all of this information. Now if I refresh it, obviously it will not execute the second step, but we have the project information and all. Now another important thing, you need to update this project name with the actual project name. So once you get the project detail info, pass that to the setting section. So here we say project detail is equal to project detail. Now inside the setting section, make sure to accept that as a project detail. Okay, now type, I pass it as a prop, and let's define this prop type. So inside this prop type, we need to accept a project detail of type project type. Okay, now once you define that, obviously we already have the project name. You can simply pass this project detail dot project name, and over here, okay, so we also need to define is as undefined. It might be undefined, and then save it. Now if I refresh it, okay, still it's not updating. That's because the result might be not there. So what we can do, we'll set the project, or we can simply add a use effect, and inside this use effect, whenever the project detail available, right, then we are going to set project name, sorry, project detail dot project name, and make sure for this input we will pass a value. Okay, and inside the value will be the project name, and now if you see, the project name is displaying. Okay, obviously if user want to change, user can change this one. That logic will implement later on. Okay, how to update that is quite easy, but for now I hope until this point you understand how to generate this config. So in this chapter we finish this project configuration is available or not. We verify that one. Then we set up the open router AI model. We also generated the layout config using AI model. Then we save that config to our database and make sure we also fetching that one as well. And then it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So let's go back to our VS code, and inside this source control, we'll create a new branch. And here we say generate project screen config. Then I will, okay, so I think we forgot to create a branch. So let's create a branch quickly. So I will unstage all this file, and then we'll go to this branch, create branch, click enter. Make sure you check this out, and then we'll add the commit message by adding the stage file first. And once you add the commit message, make sure to publish your branch and then go to your GitHub so that you can create a pull request, and then CodeRabbit will review your code. As simple as that. Okay. Now in this chapter, we are going to learn how to generate this UI UX mockup based on the configuration which we generated in the previous chapter. We are already saving the configuration for each screen. That configuration we are going to pass to the AI model along with our own system prompt in order to generate this mockup. Now this UI UX mockup is nothing but an pure high professional HTML Tailwind CSS code, which basically going to generate based on our design inputs which we are giving to the AI model. As simple as that. And then once we generate the UIX model, we have to make sure that we will save that into our database. Obviously we are going to update into our existing database, and as soon as the first screen is generated, for example, then we are going to save it, and then we are going to show that immediately. We are not waiting to finish all the screen generation, and at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review. Now we are on at these particular steps where we are going to pass a screen generate prompt, and which will actually generate the HTML Tailwind CSS code, and later on we're going to display that. So currently, if you remember, when we call the project detail endpoints, obviously which will fetch the project detail and the screen configuration. If there are one screen, obviously we need to make sure the screen generation API endpoint only generate or only call once. But if there are 5 screens, then we have to call that API endpoint 5 times. It's totally up to you, but we want to call every time because we can show the result as soon as it's ready. So first thing first, I'm going to create a new API endpoint in order to generate the screen. So under the API, we'll say generate screen UI, and then inside that we'll create a route.tsx file. Inside this route, let's simply add export async function, and this will be the post request. So we'll say post request next request, and inside that we need to get few fields from that API from the post request. So very first thing we need to get is a project ID, then the screen ID. We also need a screen name, then the purpose, screen description, and later on we also need a project visual description value as well, which we are already saving from the post request body. So we added the request.json. After that, we're going to create a constant with a user input, and then we're going to keep everything inside this. So instead of creating object, I will create the string, and here we'll say screen name is, and then we'll pass the screen name, then screen purpose, and inside the dollar we'll pass this dynamic purpose value, and the last is screen description. Now if we are not passing the project visual description, then obviously we need to pass a screen description. But when user want to create a new additional screen, that time we need to use this project visual description. That in that time we will modify this little bit, but for now we'll keep as simple as it is. After that, we'll copy the same code which we use, okay, to generate the result. So I will copy that example from the generate config to call the AI model. Make sure to add this open router. Then the model will keep as it is. The system prompt that we need to provide, we need to replace with our now new system prompt, because this will actually generate the screen. So I already added that prompt, okay. Simply copy that prompt, and inside your prompt file, you can paste it so that we can use it. Remove these three, and here we'll say, maybe we can rename this to generate screen prompt. Okay, and everything is already mentioned. Okay, for the avatar I am using this URL. Okay, so this URL actually generate a random avatar. If I open this, it will generate the random avatar every time. Okay, see, and again if you refresh it, it will again generate a different one. So that's good for us, and all other details you can modify according to your requirements. But if you want to use the existing one which is available inside the eraser doc, now this particular prompt I'm going to use. So here we'll say screen or generate screen prompt. So we'll say generate screen prompt, make sure to import that. And for the user input, we already mentioned that user input, so that user input I'm passing. The stream, I mentioned it as a false. Now this particular will return the pure HTML CSS or Tailwind CSS code, obviously, which is in the form of string. So you don't need to format in any JSON thing or anything. You can just return the response. So we'll say next response dot JSON, and then we'll say AI result dot choices of 0 dot message dot content. Okay, now another important thing we need to do is to save that into our database. So in order to save it, obviously we need to update the existing record. So we can say update result is equal to await. We just need to add db dot update, and then inside this update we'll say screen config table dot set, and inside the set you need to update the code only. Okay, now I'm gonna put this in a constant. So here we'll say constant code is equal to, and paste this, and we can also return this code, and here as well I will return this code. Okay, here I will make it as a string. Perfect. And make sure to add a condition which record you want to update. So here we need to add a two different condition, one which is on the config.project id. So make sure to pass the project id, and another condition on either the record id. Right now we are not getting this record id, but we have the screen id obviously, which will be the unique. So make sure add that. So we'll say screen config dot screen id, and then we also have the screen id from on, depends on that one we can use it. Here I will add it as a string. Oh, over here I think we forgot to add equal, and then one more circular braces. Perfect, and save it, and then at the end it will return the result. Now I will also make sure we will wrap in inside the try catch block. If you get any error, it will not fail it. So that's the reason I am wrapping inside the catch. And if there is any error, I will just add a message saying internal server error, and save it. So that's how you have to do it. Now either you can return only generated code, or you can simply return the record, which obviously this update result also can return the complete updated record. So here if you add a returning, so it will return that, and then you can pass something like this, and then save it. Now if I go to our page.tsx file inside the project, now we have to call this method. So basically we need to create a new method called constant generate screen UIUX. Now in order to generate each screen one by one, first inside this generate screen UIUX I will set the loading as a true, and at the end as well we need to set a loading as a false once it's finished. Okay, so this set loading false will be at the end. Now in between that, first I will add a for loop, and then we'll say let index is equal to 0, index is less than screen config dot length, and then index plus plus. Okay, so depends on how many screens config we have. If we have 5 screen config, means we need to generate 5 screen for that one. Okay, then I'm gonna simply write constant screen is equal to screen config of index. Okay, so each screen information will get inside the screen. Then if screen dot code, if it's already existing, then it will return nothing. Otherwise, we'll go to the next line and then it will just say generating screen, and then we'll say screen, sorry, just we'll say index plus 1, index plus 1. Oh, here this need to be a set loading message. Okay, after setting this loading message, we need to call an API endpoint. So we'll say axios.post/API/generate screen UI, and after that we'll pass a project ID as it is, then the screen ID, so which we can get it from the screen ID, then screen name we can get from the screen name, then we have purpose. Again, this will also we are getting from the screen.purpose, and then screen description from screen description. Now once we have all of this information, we'll console.log with the result.data. Okay, and as we are using await, we need to mark this as async. So here I will mark this as async as well. Now this generate screen UI UX you need to call inside the use effect. So here we're gonna write a condition else if we have project detail and screen config, then only we're gonna call this generate UI UX, and which will generate the screen. Even though if the previous screen is not generated, right, and if you come back it will start generating that screen as well. So that also we are taking care of it. I think that's all we needed. Let's save it and let's test this out. Currently we have 2 screens, but I just want to test with a 1 screen. So what we can do, we can add a condition, or let's try this out anyway. So I will refresh this window. Make sure to open the console panel so that we can easily check which screen currently generating and the API endpoint whether it's running or not. And if you see, it start generating the first screen, and that's why it's saying generating screen 1. Okay, now we'll wait to finish this, and then it will console with the result as well. And that result we are going to update inside our existing config state. But first we'll check what kind of result we are getting. That generated code also going to update inside our screen config table under the code column. And here we go, it also generated 2 different screen. I pause for a little bit, and here you will see now we have the code, the screen information, and all of this. Pretty cool, right? Now this particular API endpoint not only return the code, but it completely return that updated record, which help us to update our screen config state instead of fetching that again. Okay, so make sure to update the existing config. So inside this one we're going to update that. So over here we'll say set screen config, and we want to update only for that particular index. So we'll say previous, then all the previous value that we are going to map. From that we'll say item and index, not index, here we'll say just I instead of index, and the arrow function. Over here we'll say if I is equal to index, then we are going to pass this new object which we are getting inside the result.data. Otherwise we'll keep existing item and then save it. Now whenever it's generate, it will update the screen config, and it will not reload with a new API. So right now if I try to refresh, it will not execute this API endpoint or not call this API endpoint because we already have the code. Okay, so make sure if you are mentioned return over here, change this to continue. And now if you see, we have the result, and inside the screen config we have the data as well, the generated code as well. So that's how easily we have to do it. It took time because I have to explain you step by step guide. Okay, so make sure you will follow this and execute in a step by step manner. If you have any question, any doubt generating this screen UI UX, let me know in the comment section, because the next upcoming chapter is quite interesting because we are going to display all of this screen, and not only that, we have going to add a beautiful playground canvas where you can move your screens by dragging and dropping. That's cool feature we are going to add next. But make sure you are completing this particular until this chapter. Now let's time to push our changes. So we'll create a new branch, and then we'll say generate screen mockup code. After that, we stage all of this file. We'll give the commit message. So here we'll say generate screen mockup UI UX. Then say commit, publish this branch, and after publish, simply inside your GitHub create the pull request and say create. Now CodeRabbit will review your code. If CodeRabbit think this is not good way to mention, make sure to fix it, change it, depends on what the CodeRabbit suggested. And yeah, that's all. And at the end, make sure to merge your pull request. Now it's time to display our mockup design on the canvas. So we are going to add a draggable canvas. Then we need to make sure that our screen are draggable and resizable on that canvas. And at the end, we are going to load our HTML code in order to display it. And at the last, we'll push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review it. So in order to add this draggable canvas, we are going to use this React Zoom pan pitch library. Okay, this is the npm package you will find. I will put the link in the description, or you can simply search React Zoom pan pitch npm package. Simply copy that, go back to your VS Code, and inside the terminal just paste it so you can install it easily. Once it is installed, there is one more library or npm package we need to add, which is a React R&D. Okay, so this is the React draggable component, and if you see, this is a screenshot how it actually works, right? So that also we need to add. So simply copy this package as well and make sure to install it. Once both the components or both the package is installed, now you can, okay, so over here I need to install with the sudo. Now let's go back to your page.tsx, and if you remember, we already have the canvas section, but we need to create a different component. So under the shared folder, I'm going to create a new file called canvas.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now to this canvas, obviously we need to pass the project detail, but before that, make sure to import that canvas on this page.tsx. Now make sure that canvas is displaying on the screen. Right now if you see, the canvas is at the bottom, right? So we need to add a style, need to give a flex and then gap to 5, so it will display at the top, something like this. Even though if you did not display anything, that's completely fine, and then save it. Now once the canvas is ready, let's go to this canvas and we are going to add a transform wrapper. So here we'll say transform wrapper. If it's not get imported, you need to manually add it from this npm package. If you scroll down a little bit, you will see this example. So make sure to import these statements, and then this is the example which I'm going to use it. Okay, and then save it. Now if I add the simple text hello, save it and go back, and here you will see you can easily drag it, right? Obviously we need to add some style and everything. So for this wrapper, first we'll set the initial scale to 1. Okay, now there are a lot of different property you will find. So simply on this npm package you will find this GitHub link. Go to this GitHub link and then you will find all of the documentation as well. Now after the initial scale, you need to provide an initial position on the x-axis, okay, and then initial position on the y-axis as well. Then we'll limit the bound, we'll not limit the bound, so we'll set it as a false, and then we'll set the wheel to step of 0.8. Now this is nothing but when you scroll it with the help of your mouse, that it automatically zoom in and zoom out. So how fast you want to zoom in and zoom out, that nothing but this step we provided. Then the double click, it's totally up to you. If you want to make it false, you can set it as a false as well, and then save it. Now still this is just a outside wrapper. Okay, now main thing we need to do is to provide the style to this component. Okay, make sure for this div as well we'll provide a width, full height to screen, and then save it. So if I refresh it, so somehow the hello is gone, but don't worry, we're still working on it. After this, for this component wrapper, we'll add a wrapper style, and inside the wrapper style simply make sure to give a width to 100% and height to 100% as well. And here if you see, now we have this component which you can easily drag anywhere. Okay, now along with that one, make sure to provide a content style as well. That is important when you drag it. Okay, so over here I will provide a width. You can provide a maximum width, it's totally up to you, and give the position. But if it's working for you in this way, then that also good. Now I'm going to change this background little bit. Okay, so I'm going to add a style, and inside the style we'll add a background, or we can just add a background gray, let's say 100. So this is how it look like. And then inside the style we'll add a background image. Okay, but we're going to create our own. So we'll add a radial gradient, and then inside this we'll add a RGBA color, because that the code is quite easy for it. So we have 0.0.0.15. okay, then we'll also provide 1 pixel, then comma transparent, and 1 pixel, and then you can provide a background size for this one as 20 pixel and 20 pixel, and save it. If nothing happens, so maybe the spelling is incorrect, I think so. And if you see, now we have this background, and if you carefully observe, we have these beautiful dots as well. Okay, obviously it gives you the canvas feeling, so that's the reason we added this background. If you want to increase this background color, you can increase it, it's totally up to you. So maybe we can give 200, and I will add something like this. Perfect. Now currently we are at the 30-40% completed on the canvas side, because we can able to add the canvas and you can easily drag this component as well. Now the next thing, we need to add the resizable component. So I'm gonna create a different component under the shared folder, and we can call it as a screen frame.tsx, which will actually hold your screen. So we'll add a default template first, and over here let's import this screen frame. Okay, now once you import this screen frame, to the screen frame you need to provide some x-axis and y-axis. Let's say you provide it as a 0 0, and let's go to the screen frame. Here accept that. So here type need to be a props, and then we'll provide a type props with the x of type string, y is of type string, and then save it. Now if you remember, we also added the react R&D, okay, which will help us to resize this one, see, something like that, right, and actually move it across the canvas. So this is the example which you can simply use it. So in order to use this, first I will add that. So we'll say R&D. If it's not get imported, you can import it manually. Here we'll say react R&D, import from the react R&D, and then inside this R&D you can add some h2 tag or something like this, okay. Now to this R&D we need to provide a default value. Inside the default value, provide the x, whatever the x value we already have, so that x value you need to provide. Then you can provide a y, and make sure this x and y is not a string, this need to be a number, so that's the reason we are getting error. After this you need to provide a width, so width need to be, let's say, 320, okay, in this example. And for height I will give some height, hard-coded height, which is 200, and then save it. Now over here this is what it look like. I will just wrap in a div for now, and to this div I will add a background white with a padding to 5, okay. Now it's little lighter, let's add a background get little darker, okay, for this example, or maybe let's try to add 100. I think this is much better. See, now if I add two such a thing, right, so if inside the canvas if I add two screen, okay, but here I'm gonna give a different x-axis, let's say 300, okay. Now we have two different ones, see, one is this, one other, but when I move it move both of them, and we don't want to move both of them. Now in order to fix this one, right, first we'll go to the page.tsx, sorry, inside the screen frame, and for the R&D it has a lot of different property, okay. Now this R&D also has a handler, so okay, so at the top you can show handler, and when you move this handler then only it move your card or frame. So basically you can add a class name, not class name, but you can say drag handler class name, and then we'll say drag handle, okay. Now you can add that drag handle over here, so you can add a text, we'll say drag here. Inside the div we'll say class name, and give the same class name which you give over here, okay. Then when you hover on this one, right, you can add a cursor move cursor type, okay. Let's change the background so it will be little bit visible. We'll add some padding, so we'll say padding to, let's say, 2, and save it. So if you see, now we have that border, and when I hover this one you will see the cursor get changed, okay. Now this is the first step. Second step, obviously we need to enable the resizing. Currently the resizing enable on at the one end only, right, but we want to resize, make it resizable little bit. So over here you can just say enable resizing, and inside that there are a lot of different resizing you can add, okay. So if you see bottom right, let's say true, bottom left, let's say true, and save it so that you can easily resize it. See, perfect, right? So that's how you can do it. Next thing, after that you also need to add on drag start, okay. So this is a method, so whenever the drag started we have to set the one property disable for this transform wrapper, okay. So whenever I will say the drag started, we have to set panning enable to false, okay. Now this panning is nothing but the background, because our transform wrapper also has the draggable property, okay, and you can disable that one whenever you are trying to drag this R&D component only. Okay, now when you define this set panning enable as a false, make sure to return back. Here also I'm going to add with the property as a enable boolean void type, and then once you pass it inside the canvas, we have to accept that inside the screen frame. So here we'll say set panning enable, but let's save this in a state. So I will define a state called constant panning enable set panning enable is equal to use state, and initially it will be true. And over here we'll just set the panning enable. So make sure to copy that for both this frame, so it will be easy to check. And inside this wrapper, it has a property called panning. If you hover on this one, you will see all the available property for this one. Now inside the panning, you can just say disable when the panning enable is not true, something like this. Okay, so opposite of what panning enable is, and then save it. Now this particular one we need to add at multiple methods. So whenever the drag stop, then we need to make sure it will enable again. So we'll say set panning enable to true. On resize as well, we have to make sure it will disable it. So we'll say set panning enable to false, and on resize stop, set panning enable to true, and then save it. Now if I go back over here, if you see, now I can only drag this one and not the other one, but if I hold this, I can drag. Now interesting thing, if I try to click on this one, if you see, it's drag everything, because we added this on drag and everything only for this drag handler, where we can just simply hold it and drag it. Cool, right? So that's how you can do it. Now here I'm going to add one icon called grip vertical maybe, and instead of this one I will write something like this, and here I will make it as a flex with a gap to 2, item to be in the center, and then save it. Okay, so it will be easy for any user to understand what it is. Here I will say text is of gray color, height to let's say 6, width to 6, little bit smaller. Perfect. Okay, and now it will be easy to anyone, and that's how you have to add this drag handler, and you can even drag whichever component you want to add. Okay, now depends on device type, we also need to make sure the width is going to update. Okay, and not only that, but the x and y axis. So that is very important whenever you loading the screen. If you load the 5 screen, we have to make sure its screen is not overlapping, something like this. It will be one over here, one at the with some gap, and so on with in a same line. So that what now we will see how to do it. Now instead of hard coding this screen frame, let's use our screen config data. So first thing first, let's go to the canvas, and here inside the canvas we need few details. So over here, first thing we need a project detail, and then screen config as well. I will provide a type as a props, and then here I will add a type props, the arrow function, and then I will also get the loading state, okay, just in case if you need it. Then for the project detail type, we have the project detail project type. The screen config, we'll say screen config, and it's a list, so I'm providing it as a list here. If not there, then we'll define it as undefined, and we also going to provide a loading state. The loading state is an optional, and then we'll provide it as a boolean. Now inside the page.tsx, where we imported this canvas, we need to pass the project detail as project detail then screen config as a screen config, and then save it for now. Now next thing, once we have the screen config data and the project detail data, we're gonna iterate this screen frame. So over here we'll say screen config dot map, we'll say screen comma index and the arrow function. Then simply use screen frame. I will remove this. Let's use the same one. And over here we'll provide key as an index. That is very important to provide because you will get to know which panning is enabled. So React will automatically detect that one for you. Okay. Now if I save this one and go back, you will see there are two, but it's one on each other because the x and y axis is same for both of them. Now in order to calculate that, right, and evenly space, we need to calculate first. So first we'll check is a mobile device, okay, which device type is. So we'll say if project detail dot device is equal to mobile. If it's mobile, then it's the spacing will be different. Now over here we'll say constant screen width because we are also going to mention the screen width dynamically. So if here we'll say if it's mobile, then we'll say 400, otherwise let's say 200. After that we'll say constant screen height is equal to is mobile. If yes, then 800, otherwise 800 only. Okay, the size the height will be the same. Oh, here need to be comma only. Then we need to decide the gap, how much gap we need to provide. So here we'll say gap is equal to is mobile, then we'll give a 30, otherwise let's give 70. As simple as that. Now once we define this one, let's pass all of this info. Now in order to calculate the x and y axis dynamically, right, so I already calculated the one formula and that will be very easy. So here we'll get the index, the current index, into screen width plus gap. As simple as that, right? I don't know why gap. Oh, so over here I will change this to capital gap. Perfect. And then y-axis I will keep as a 0 for now. And then also we'll pass a width, which is a screen width, and then we'll pass height as screen height. Now inside the screen frame, make sure to get this width and height. So first I will define in the prop of type number, and this will be never undefined because we hard coded this value depends on the condition, right? Next, once we have the canvas, I think we need to accept those value as well. Over here, and the height as well. Perfect. And then save it. Now once you have this value, height, width, x and y, then change this width to width and then height to height. Let's save it and let's go back. Now if I refresh this, now it will actually get all of these three screens. See, the first, the second and third. And most interesting, it's automatically space evenly, right? This depends on the x and y axis which we calculated. So even though if I refresh it, you will see it's automatically showing in a evenly spaced manner. Now there are a lot of space at the top and bottom. That's because inside the canvas for this transform wrapper, we provide the x and y axis. So here I will change this to, let's say 50, and here as well I will say 50. And now if I I think we give more, so this need to be a 50 only. So let's save this, and now if I refresh it, you will see this is at the top. Beautiful, right? Now obviously it only fit two screen. Obviously my laptop is 15-inch, but still you can minimize this size. So simply inside the transfer wrapper, the initial scale is 1, okay, which is the highest. So I will just change this to, let's say 0.7, and when you do that, you will see it's now a little bit smaller. Same thing you can also provide a minimum scale, because when I zoom it, right, it cannot zoom back to the previous position, because by default the minimum scale size is 1. So here what we can do, we can say a minimum scale size to 0.7 and maximum scale size to 3. Okay, and now if I refresh it, now you can scale it and you can scale back, as simple as that. Now as we decrease this size, right, you can even change this gap, you can make it smaller. Let's see how it looks. I think this is better. Okay, now the width, sorry, the height is not get applied, because to this particular div you have to mention that height to full. So depends on whatever the height you give, so it will extend to that particular size. Now there is a one quick update we need to make. Inside our project page.tsx we have this screen config, and whenever the UI UX is generated, we are setting the screen config. But because of this update inside the screen config, our use effect again execute, because there is a change in the screen config and we have to avoid this. So in order to avoid it, we'll create a similar state like a screen config, but here we'll say original and one is just screen config. So over here we'll say original. Okay, and when we are getting the project detail, make sure you will set config original. Okay, and inside the use effect as well, we'll make sure, so we'll say screen config dot original and not the screen config anymore. So what will happen because of this use effect will not execute, because we are not updating the screen config original, we are just updating the screen config which we are passing. Okay, so this is very quick small update you need to make it, otherwise your API get called a couple of times. Okay, because depends on the generate screen UI UX and updating the screen config, it will get executed. So to avoid it, make sure to create a clone of this screen config. Now I just created a new project, and this is a website which I generated with the help of AI. Currently it's showing empty because we did not pass any code, right? Now let's go to the screen frame, and inside the screen frame we are going to use an iframe in order to render it. So over here I will add an iframe, and inside the iframe we'll give a class name, we'll say width to full, height we can calculate. Okay, so we'll say calc 100% minus 40 pixel. Okay, so there will be a little bit smaller height. Then we'll keep the background white. Now we have to make sure that we provide a sandbox mode, and here we'll say allow same origin and then allow script. So whatever the script we are passing to the HTML code, that script will also get executed. And most important, you need to provide a source doc, and inside this you need to pass an HTML code. But currently we don't have the HTML code, right? And we need to get from the canvas, because canvas has the screen config and screen config has each screen has the code. So over here we'll say HTML code, and then we are simply pass screen dot code, as simple as that. Now inside the screen frame, make sure to accept the HTML code as a string, and here as well we'll say HTML code. Now once you get the HTML code, let's try and just render it, and let's see how we are getting the result. Inside the canvas, obviously here we need to add as a null or maybe undefined, and then save both the files. Now if you see, once I render it, I'm getting this bunch of line of code, and which is obviously not formatted perfectly, right? We have to format it properly so that it will look much better. So this HTML code only has the HTML, the raw HTML. So if I go to our database, and this is our code, right? It don't have any body tag, no script, no header, nothing like that, just a raw HTML code. Now so what we'll do, we'll go to the eraser doc, and I already added the header. So we'll just copy this as it is, okay, and inside the screen frame we're gonna paste it here. Now make sure to remove this tag, something like this. Now if you carefully observe, this is the HTML, and this HTML has the HTML head tag. Then inside the head tag we have some metadata, the link, and the most important, the script for the Tailwind CSS and Iconify. Also we need to provide a style. Now this style will run from the themes that AI selected from our theme list. Now we already have all of these themes, but we need to make sure this particular themes hex code will apply properly. So there is a one more code which you can copy called theme to CSS variable, okay, which will assign inside the root, and then if you see it also attach the hex code. So I will copy that and we'll put inside the theme. So you can put it in at the bottom of this one. Remove this three dot, sorry, this code, I don't know what it called, and then save it. Now make sure you are exporting this theme to CSS where, and then make sure to add this theme to where. Now the another important thing, we need to provide a theme, and we already saving themes into our database for each of the project, right? So if I go over here, we have this theme. This theme you need to pass over here. So from the canvas to the screen frame, make sure to pass a theme information, or you can simply pass a project detail as it is. So here we'll say project detail, and then we already have project detail, so simply pass that. Inside the screen frame, make sure to accept the project detail as project type, and here we'll say project detail. Now once you add that, we'll get the theme. So you can either use project detail dot theme directly and then save it. Now we already passing the HTML code inside this body, so whatever the raw HTML will be inside this body, and this HTML now we are going to render. So over here we'll say HTML, save it. Once we pass the HTML, this is how it looks. It looked like some of the script did not run. So let's see what is the issue. So over here we have a lot of different script running, right? So maybe inside this iframe for the sandbox we have to give allow scripts, not just a script. And once you update that, let's save it, let's refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful style, and you can even scroll this page as well. And this particular UI is generated with the help of AI only, okay. Now with the help of this drag, you can simply drag over, and then you can even zoom this out, and whenever you want you can simply zoom it. Perfect, right? So that's how it works. Now there are a lot of different setting options that we are going to add, like on this drag section we are going to add to edit this particular existing mockup or apply the different theme whichever we select. Not only that, but for this canvas we're gonna add a zoom in, zoom out buttons as well, so which will be easy to zoom in and zoom out. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now before moving forward, we are also going to add a loading state for this one. Now whenever the screen is generating, right, we're gonna show some kind of skeleton effect instead of the empty frame, because we know that how many screens are there depends on the screen config. So inside this canvas we are using this screen config.map, and inside that we have this screen frame. So basically you can either add the loading state over here, or you can simply add it inside the screen frame only. So inside the screen config we can just simply add a condition: if there is a screen dot code is available, then show the screen frame. Otherwise we can create a div which will show a skeleton. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll say background white and rounded to 2xl. Then we're gonna apply a style with a width and height. So width will make sure that matches with this width, and height also will matches with this screen height. Okay, and then save it. Now along with this one we'll add some padding to 5, and then let's add a skeleton. Now this skeleton we are adding from the Shatsion. This is a Shatsion component. Over here I will let's give width full, rounded to let's say medium or let's say large, then height to 10, and then save it. Now it's not visible because we already have the code, but in order to test it I will just make sure I will revert this condition, and then you will see the result. Okay, and here we have this beautiful skeleton effect as well. After that I will add multiple skeleton, something like this, but in this case now we'll say width to 50%. Let's see how it looks, and then height, you can increase this height, let's say 20. Then for this div we'll add a gap to 4, and then we'll say flex column. Okay, and here if you see we have this beautiful section now. Same thing you can do it, you can just change this height few more times. Okay, so here we will add 30%, 70%, and height let's say 30 or 10, something like this. Okay, we don't want with the same height. Now same thing I'm gonna copy again and paste it here, and here our skeleton effect is now ready. You can even change this background color if you want to give a little bit darker color. Okay, so that's how it looks. I think let's give 300. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better because it's little bit visible to eyes at least. So I will just copy that, and then I'm gonna paste everywhere. So I will select all of them together, paste the code. Oh, sorry. I think let's add background gray, 200, save it, and boom. So that's how you have to do it. Okay, as simple as that. The quick styling I'm going to update. So inside the screen frame where we have this iframe, let's add a rounded corner. So we'll say rounded to 2xl and little bit margin top to let's say 5. So let me revert this condition now. So we'll see the actual code, and now here we have some space between this drag here and all. For this dragger, I think we already, okay, I think we did not give the background white. So for this dragger, I will add a background to white, and then rounded corner to XL, or maybe we can add large only. Perfect. We'll give more padding so we have more space to handle, and from here you can simply drag it around. Now this concludes that we finished the adding a draggable canvas, draggable and resizable screen. We load the HTML code and display it, and now it's time to push our code. So we'll create a new branch by going to the source control. Here we click branch, create branch, and then we'll say display UIUX mockup generated screen. Click enter, make sure it's get checkout, stage all these files which you made changes, add a commit message, and simply commit your changes. Then once you commit, publish your branch, and then the GitHub side I'm going to create a new pull request so that CodeRabbit will review our code. As we are displaying all the UI UX generated on the screen in the form of small screen frames, and now in upcoming chapters we are going to improve some functionality. So that I divided the all of this functionality into a small chapter so that it will be easy for you to implement. Now, in this chapter, we are mainly focusing on updating the screen frame so that you don't need to scroll it. Then we're gonna add a canvas zoom in, zoom out, a floating button. So it will be easy for you to zoom in and zoom out with that buttons. Then we're gonna implement a change theme from the setting functionality. So when you change the setting, you can easily apply that setting to the application UI/UX, and then at the end we'll push our code. So let's go back to our app. Now when I say we're gonna remove the scrolling, if you see currently we are scrolling and all of this screen is of same height, but we don't want something like that, right? We can show a complete design because this is a UI/UX application. So in order to do that, so inside the VS Code, let's first go to the screen frame and then I'm gonna define one reference at the top. So over here, we'll say constant iframe reference is equal to use reference, and I'm gonna provide a type HTML iframe element or null if it's not attached, and then default as a null. Now this iframe reference you need to attach to this iframe. So we'll say reference and then we'll say iframe reference. Okay. Now depends on the content or HTML content height. Okay, we need to calculate that and then we need to dynamically set the value. So in order to do that, I already write a method for that and I added inside our canvas. Okay, so let me show you. So this is the method which will measure the iframe height, and also we added this use effect that is important in order to calculate the proper height, the window size and everything depends on that one. It will calculate. So copy both of these and simply paste it here. Let me remove this code from here and make sure to import this use callback. Then we need to import this use effect as well. Okay, now obviously we are setting the size over here. Okay, that size you need to define at the top along with the position. So here we'll say constant site set size is equal to use state, and inside this we provide width and height. Okay, because we already have the width or height, the default width and height, that width and height we provided to this default side state. And also inside the use effect, whenever the height and width is available, we are going to set this size with width and height. Okay, so we have updated data now and we already have the method. Now inside the R&D you need to provide a size with the size. Okay, because it already have the width and height for this one. Also when you resize is stop, we need to update our size as well with a new size. So here we'll say set size, and inside this set size we have width. Now this on resize stop obviously will return two important means couple of important things. So in that one we need a reference and then the position. Okay, so these are the value it will return. I think here we need to add a different value, and then now we'll say reference dot offset width, and for height we'll say reference dot offset height, and then save it. And after that, if you go back and boom, if you see now our UI look with a full screen. So whatever the content AI generated, right, everything gonna show in that particular frame. So in this case, if you see, we have all of these details. Obviously we have a little bit scroll, we cannot completely show because we need to add an offset then, but I think this is much better than the previous one. So that's how we have to update it. Now, second important thing that we want to implement is a canvas zoom in and out floating buttons. So if I go our npm package, which is a react pinch zoom. Okay, so I will go to this package, and inside this, if you scroll down a little bit, you will find a controller. Okay, obviously this zoom in, zoom out and reset transfer is returned from the use controls hook. Okay, this use control hook importing from the react zoom pan pinch, and then this controller you can simply return and add to this transform wrapper, as simple as that. So let's copy this same example and then implement it. So first I will copy this use controller, and obviously we need to implement that inside the canvas because that's where we have this transform wrapper. Over here I will add this. Okay, so instead of adding directly inside this, you can simply copy this controller, which will return the control object, something like this, and inside that I will say use controller. Make sure to import that. After this, you need to add this zoom in out along with the controller. So I will copy everything as it is. Make sure to paste just before the component, and then I need to wrap it over here. So something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this plus minus. If I click on it, see it zoom. If I click minus, it zoom out immediately. Perfect, right? So that's how this controller works. But let's apply some styling to it. So for this controller, first I will say absolute, then padding to 3, padding x to 5. I will add a white background with a little bit of shadow. Then we'll make it flex with a gap to 3, and I will make rounded to, let's say, 4xl. Then we want at the bottom, so we'll say bottom to 10. Okay, if I save this one, this is what it look like, but we want in the center of the screen, so I will say left 1/2. Then we'll also give z index to 30, so it will be at the top of everything, and let's give text color 500. Perfect. Now let's change this icon. So for this button, I will add plus icon from the Lucid React. Over here we'll say minus icon, and for X we have X icon as well. This button, I'm gonna change this to a button component, and obviously I'm gonna change the variant as ghost. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. So something like this. See, same thing I'm going to do for all of them and save it. Now we have this plus, minus and X button. You can provide a button size, so here we'll say smaller. Perfect. If you think you want to give a minimum gap, let's say, okay, even though you did not give gap, that will be okay, it's totally up to you, but let's give gap padding to 2 and padding X to 3. I think this is much better. Now we have plus, minus and cross. Now if I increase this size, see, I can even decrease it, and if I click on this close button, right, it will automatically reset. So for the reset, you can even use some different icon. Okay, so if I increase it and click on this button, it automatically reset. So that's how you can add a control. You can explore more control for this canvas. You can check the documentation for that one. Next thing, we need to update the theme settings. Okay, now whenever I change this theme, we have to make sure that theme gets selected. Also, when you jump onto this project, the default theme show like a selected one. So these are some of the things that we need to implement. So first thing first, in order to hold this selection of the themes, we are going to use a context so that you can directly share the context with the other components, and you can update it from there as well instead of passing from one component to other. So in order to create a context, let's go to this context folder, and inside that we'll create a new folder called setting context.tsx. Now here I will add a default template, not default template. Here obviously we need to create a context. So here we'll say setting context is equal to create context from the React. Default value will be the null, and if you want to provide a type as any, then you can go to this provider, and inside the provider make sure to wrap your children so that all the component can share this setting context. So here we'll say setting context dot provider, and the value we need to pass some default value similar like a useDetail context, right? Now we'll define that. So here we'll say setting info or setting details, we'll say comma set setting detail is equal to use state. Now this default state I'm going to pass to this setting context and then save it. Once that is done, you need to go to our project page.tsx, because when you load the project information, that time you are getting the theme information, and then you have to set your theme over there. So we'll say constant, then we'll use a context, make sure to use a curly braces is equal to use context, and then you have to use or pass the context name, which is a setting context. Now whenever the project detail loads, here we are also going to update our setting. So inside the setting detail you can simply add all the project detail, because we need a project name and other information, so you can simply use that. And here we'll say set setting detail with all the project information. Once this is done, now obviously we need to go to the setting. So we'll say setting page, or it's called setting section, right? So go to the setting section, make sure to import the setting detail, comma set setting detail is equal to use context, and here context name is setting context. Perfect. So that's where you can use it and update it as well. Now in setting detail we already have the theme, right? So we can show a default theme as a selected one. So maybe we already have the theme over here, right? Selected theme. So inside the use effect, because here we are already getting the project detail as well. So in the same, you can say set the theme, or sorry, set selected theme as setting, or you can get it from the project detail dot theme as well. And over here I think we need to add it as a string, save it. If I refresh this, by default you will see the selected theme is a polar mint, right? Now whenever we change the theme, we have to make sure we'll update this setting detail theme. So inside this setting section, we're going to create a new method called constant update theme, and create an arrow function. So we'll create a method. Instead of update theme, I will say on theme select method. Okay. Now inside the on select theme method, it will pass the theme which you selected. Obviously it is of type string, and I will set the selected theme as this theme. Along with this one, I also need to set the set selected theme with all the previous data. So over here we'll write something like this, and we just want to update the theme field. Okay, so you don't need to do this, just write a theme whatever the theme that you are getting. As we are getting this error because we did not provide a type, so just provide a type as any for this previous. Now this on theme select we need to call whenever the theme you select. Okay, so on the click of this one, we'll call this on theme select method and then save it. Currently you will not see any changes. Okay, and also I think instead of this project detail you can, so here we did a mistake. Obviously here we need to set the selected or some set the setting detail. Okay, not the selected theme. And now if I select this Netflix, obviously it will also update our setting detail. Now we are at the last step. Let's copy this context, and now from this setting detail we need to update the theme inside the screen frame, because if you remember we are using the screen frame over here along with the theme information. If you don't have this code, make sure to add this code, okay, which will actually get the theme data by passing the project detail.theme. So over here I will import this setting context, so make sure to add this context first, and from the setting detail you can simply use it. So I will simply add if project detail.theme is there, then use the use this setting.theme, otherwise use the project detail.theme. Let's save it and let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen first, then you will see this is the default theme. If I click on Netflix, boom, it changed to Netflix like UI. If I change to Spotify, it's changed to Spotify. See how cool, right? And you can even change and try any of this theme, whichever you think is best for you. And once you are happy with your changes, that's done. So that's how you have to do it. Now, before moving before pushing the code, right, we have to make sure, so whenever user select any of this theme, right, this theme is getting saved to our database on the click of this save button. Even though if user change the project name, for example I will say budget tracker and change this theme, right, then and click on save, make sure it will save to the database. So let's go back, and whenever I change the project name, that also make sure to update inside the screen frame, or sorry, inside the settings section, because that's where we have. So I will go to the input where we are changing the project name. So whenever the project name change, over here I will add set setting detail. So similar like this, I'm going to copy the existing one, I will paste it here, but instead of theme I will say project name, and here as well I will add project name and then save it. Now next part, go to the header. So we have this project header, and let's import this setting context first. Make sure to import this use context and setting context as well, and then on the click of save we need to update. So over here I will add constant on save method, and inside this on save we just need to add an API call to update our database table. So I will go to this API, and inside that we have project route.ts file. So we have post call, we have get call. So inside this we'll say export async function, and this will be the put because we are updating request next request, and inside that we need to get a project name first, and then we also want to get theme. Okay, for now we are updating only these two value, then await request.json. After that we'll say constant result is equal to await db.update, and then project table which you want to update, then we're gonna set the value. So we have project name with the project name, and then theme as a theme. Now make sure we have to update only that particular record, so we also need a project ID. So we'll get the project ID as well. Now, interesting part is inside our setting detail has all the information, right? So you can even update all of the information together, but it's totally up to you how you want to handle. Now for the project detail, we pass the project detail as it is and then save it. After that, inside the return, I will say next response dot JSON, and either you can return message or you can simply return the updated record. So over here we'll say result of 0 and then save it. Now let's go to the project header. Inside that we'll say constant, then result is equal to await axios dot put slash API slash project, and inside the arrow function you can add theme as from the setting detail dot theme. Then you need a project ID, which you can get it from the setting detail dot project ID, and you also need a project name, that also you can get it from the setting detail dot project name, and then save it. Now here I will mark this as async. Now whenever we are saving this, so here we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initial value will be false. On click on the save, we'll set the loading as true, otherwise we'll set the loading as a false. Now quick thing, we miss it, so inside the route.tsx we have to make sure we'll only update that particular record, right? So obviously we don't need to set a project ID, but just we need to add a where clause with an equal to. So here we'll say equal to project table dot project ID with the project ID, and then save it. So it will only update that particular record. Perfect, right? Now whenever the loading is true, right, we need to set a loading indicator over here. So if I say loading, then show a loader icon, otherwise show this save icon, and for this loader icon I will add animate spin animation from the Tailwind CSS. Also we'll disable this button whenever the loading is true, and then save it. Now obviously we need to attach on save method to this on click method and then save it. Now once it's saved, we need to show some kind of toast notification. Now in order to add a toast notification from the chat CN, first thing you need to do is go to the root layout, and inside the root layout import a toaster component from the component UI sonar, something like this. Okay, now you can also position this wherever you want. Okay, so if you want a top center, you can give the position as a top center. Then whenever you want, wherever you want to use, for example inside the project header, if you want to use, we'll just say toast dot success setting saved, something like this, and then save it. Now you can wrap this in a try catch block as well. If you get any error, then it will not fail. So you can add set loading false over here and toast message saying internal server error, and the toast message will be error, and save it. Perfect. Now if I refresh this one, let's say you wanna set the Netflix theme, right? And I'm gonna change this to, let's say, budget tracker. Now if I click save, you will see this loading indicator, and now it's saying setting saved. Now if I refresh next time, you will see the project name and the setting as well. It keep consistent, okay, because you already save these changes, and same thing you can do it. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to update your setting into your database as well. Obviously there are a few more functionality that we are going to add, so don't worry, make sure you finish until this point. If you have any question, any doubt, you can ask me in the comments, or you can directly connect on my Discord channel. Don't forget to subscribe, guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel. Now let's push all of our code. So we'll first create a new branch. and here we'll say canvas improvement and settings. Now let's create this branch, stage all of the changes, give the commit message, just commit it, publish your branch, and inside the your repo make sure to create a pull request so that CodeRabbit will review your code. Something like this, and boom, perfect. Now here we are going to add some extra feature to our screen where user can view the screen HTML code, and if you want he can copy it. Then we are also giving option to download it as a screenshot. Obviously it's a PNG file. After that we are going to add an option to edit an existing screen. So with the help of AI, user will enter the prompt and it will generate that screen again. An option to delete the screen as well. So all of these features that we are going to add. So currently we have this drag handler, and inside this drag handler we are going to add all the tools which we need to get access for each of these screen frame. Okay, so let's go back to our app first, and inside this I'm going to create a new shared component called screen handler, and then add a default state and then save it. Now this screen handler I'm going to add inside the screen frame. Currently we have this div which we use, so over here, right, the grip vertical. So instead of this one, now we'll replace that with a screen handler. So we'll keep in different component. I will remove this grip handler from here and we'll add inside this screen handler. Okay, now save both the files, make sure there is no extra changes. Obviously we need to align these things, so maybe I think we also have one more text or what. Okay, so over here I will say class name flex. So we have this text, perfect. Now instead of this text we want to add the screen name. Okay, so for example it's a welcome banner or whatever, right? So that text we need to add. So first I will wrap this in a div, then we need to add a class name with a flex, item to be in the center and gap to 2, something like this. Now we need to show an actual screen name. We already have the screen name for each of them. So for this screen handler we need some information. So first we'll go to the screen frame, and inside the screen frame let's get all the screen information which we needed. So we are already fetching the project detail, right? But we also need a screen config so that you can get it. So I will import the screen config inside the prop and then make sure to accept the screen config as well. Inside the page.tsx I will make sure I'm passing the screen config, oh sorry, that is inside the canvas. So over here we'll say screen config as screen config. So maybe inside this screen frame I will add as undefined, so you will not get that error. So okay, so instead of screen config, actually you can just pass a screen. Okay, you don't need a screen configuration because we are passing and rendering each screen one by one. So I will rename this screen config to screen, and same thing you can do over here as well, and the type is screen config only. I don't know why we are getting this error. Okay, so we are getting because of this one. Perfect. And then save it. Now once you have the screen information inside the screen frame, make sure to pass that to your screen handler. So we'll say screen and pass this screen. Inside the screen handler I will define a props first, and here we'll say screen of type screen config. Then over here we'll accept the screen of type props. Here we need to define it as undefined as well and then save it. Now from the screen you can show the screen dot screen name and save it. and boom, if you see now, for example, for this screen we have the landing welcome, here we have the home dashboard and so on. Okay, so that's how you need to get the screen name. Now on the right hand side we are going to add all of the tool which we needed. So very first thing, let's add a div, and inside this div I will add a button, and button has a code icon from the Lucid React. Now this button I'm going to add a variant as a ghost, and the size will be icon small, and then save it. So this is how it look like, but I want on the right side. So for this flex I will make it justify between and then item to be in the center, and make sure to give the width to full, so it will be on the right side. See, something like this. So user easily can click on it and get whatever he needed. Here we can change this to, let's keep like this, and let's see size. I think this is much better. Perfect. Now on the click of this HTML, right, we want to open and show the HTML code for this one. Now later on you can add a functionality to show a React Native code or to show a React code. It's totally up to you. So on the click we'll open the dialog which will show the code, right? So we need to add a dialog component from the shared CN. So let's go to the shared CN component and search for the dialog. So here we go, and then we already use, or if not then it's very easy. Obviously it's already installed, so you don't need to install it again, but make sure to copy this import statement that we need it, and this example as well. Now we have to make sure that our dialog will open on the click of this button. So this is the dialog trigger where you need to add your button which will actually open the dialog. So let me copy this and let me paste it here and then save it. Now if I go back to our app and click on this one, see the dialog open. Let me refresh it, because sometimes the layout might get changed, but if I click on this one you will see the dialog open immediately, and on this dialog you need to show your code. So over here we'll say HTML CS plus Tailwind CSS code, and inside this description we want to show a code. So we already have the code which is inside the screen.code, so just add it. But don't you think it's look so weird, right? We need to add in a proper formatting way. So to do that we are going to use a one npm package called React Syntax Highlighter, which is quite popular. Okay, so first thing first, let's import or install this package. So inside this terminal we'll add this package, and once this package is installed you might get an error on the import, because this package is JavaScript, but you need to add a TypeScript support for this one. So first I will copy this import statement. Okay, and if you see we got this error. If you hover on this one you will see this npm I install command, which will also install the TypeScript version of the React Syntax Highlighter, and now it will go away. Next thing, once you add this import statement, you just need to add the syntax highlighter, something like this. So instead of this one, instead of this you can just copy your syntax highlighter and we'll add our screen.code. Now over here if you are getting the warning, you can just ignore this and then save it. If I go back to our app and click on it, you will see now it's look much better, but it's still not aligned properly, right? Because our code is going out of the dialog. So to fix this one we need to add few styling to this one. So inside this syntax highlighter we can add a custom style, and inside the custom style we need to add a margin to, let's say, 0, then padding to 0, white space we have to give pre-wrap. Okay, so it will be wrap, then word break. So here we'll say break word, and then overflow x-axis. Here we need to add a hidden because we don't want an x-axis to be scrollable, and then save it. Also, we'll make sure that it will be wrapped inside the div, and to this div we'll add a class name with a flex to 1, overflow y auto, and then rounded md. We'll add some border, background muted if you want, and then padding to 4. And now if I refresh this, obviously still it's going out of the screen. Maybe we need to give a dialog content with a specific width and height. So I will add a class name. We'll say a maximum width of 6 XL, width to full, height to 7 vertical height, and then flex and flex column. And now it's much better. See, right now at least it aligned. Now after this, we need to add one more property over here. We'll say code tag props. Okay, now inside this code tag prop, it also has a style, and you can provide this style. So over here we'll say white space, pre-wrap, and again we'll say word break to break word. Okay, and one more thing we need to do, you can change this language from JavaScript to HTML, and over here I will just add height to, let's say, 50 vertical height, something like this. See, now let's go to the dialog content, okay, which is inside the dialog.tsx file. Just click on it, and to this primitive content, currently if you scroll right, we have this small with a maximum width large. If you remove this, okay, so here let's save this one, and once you save it and go back, now you will get little bit full width because we already mentioned over here to 6 XL, but if you make it 5, this is how it look like, and here you will get all the details. Now we are also going to add a button to copy this code, right? So maybe you, after this syntax highlighter, you can add a button, and here I'm going to add copy icon, and we'll say just copy, or maybe you can add outside of this div. Perfect. Then for this div, I will add margin top to 5, and then save it. And on the click of this, we need to make sure to copy that particular code. So we'll say on click, and then it has a method called navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and then the code which you want to copy. So in this case, we'll say screen dot code as string, and then save it. Now also, whenever you copy the code, you can show a toast message. So we'll say toast dot success code copied, and then save it. If I click on this one, you will see it's saying code copied. I just observed, if I click on copy the code, you will see this toast message but which is in the white color, but you can make this little bit different or colorful. So go to the root layout where you imported this toaster, and it has a one property called rich color. Just enable this, and when I click on this one, you will see it's in green color. If you mark the toaster with a error, then it will show in the red color. Okay, and once you copy it, obviously I can paste it anywhere I want. Now one more important thing, if you carefully observe, this code just an generated HTML code. Okay, it don't have any script, any head tag, body tag, nothing like that. Okay, so we need to add that. We already have the code which is inside the screen frame, right? And over here we have this HTML code, correct? Now you can either create one service where you can keep this code, and then you can simply use that wherever you want. So what we can do, so I will cut it from here, okay, because anyway we want to share it across different component. And inside our data where we have the constant, right, here I'm going to create an export constant HTML wrapper, we can call it as, okay, and then paste your line of code. But instead of just returning the string, right, we can actually return the final code. So over here I will create a method and then you can return this text. So we'll say return and all of this information. Now this HTML wrapper will accept the theme of type string, and also we want to accept the HTML code of type string. Okay, now make sure to import this HTML to CSS where as well and then save it. Now inside the screen frame you can simply add constant HTML is equal to, and then you can call this method. Make sure to export this. So we'll say HTML wrapper, pass the theme information. So we'll say theme comma the HTML2 code. So here we'll say, okay, I think we already have HTML code, and make sure to import this HTML wrapper as well. Here we have the theme. Make sure the theme is correct. Okay, that's correct. So here we'll say as string, not as a string but as any. Oh my bad, over here I will provide a type any for this one, and HTML code I will pass it as a string and then save it. Perfect. Now once you have that, same thing you can use it inside your screen handler as well. So inside the screen handler at the top I will use this HTML. Make sure to import this HTML wrapper. If you don't have the theme, make sure to accept this theme as well from the previous screen. I will provide a type any here, and for a code we'll say screen dot code. Now from this screen frame make sure to pass the theme information which you already have. So theme as theme and then save it. Now inside a handler, once you have the HTML code, I will just gonna replace this particular code. Oh, we don't need this screen now because we have the constant HTML code. Now if I click on this one, you will see now we have the doc HTML, the all the script we need along with the Tailwind CSS color variable and everything. And if you copy that, let's copy this one, this is much better. And if I go to the Tailwind CSS playground, okay, where you can easily test this out, here we go. Perfect, right? Okay, I think it did not copy the all of this. That's because over here as well you need to copy then HTML code. So let's try this again. So I will refresh the screen once, and then if I open this, copy that, and then we'll paste it here, and boom, see, we got the result. So that's how you have to view the code and make sure to copy that as well. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Next feature is to take a screenshot of this particular screen and then make sure to download that in the form of image. So in order to add that, first inside the screen handler I'm going to add a new option. So over here I will just do div, maybe inside the div only we'll add it that option. So let's add a button. Now inside this button we'll add a camera icon. It's up to you whether you want to add a camera icon or you can add a download icon as well. Then for this one we'll add a variant as a ghost, and then we also want to add a size, or let's keep the size as it is for now. So if you see the download icon is add it to this handler, right? Now on the click of this download, we need to make sure it will download the screenshot. So I already created a method for that one. So inside the eraser documentation, I added this method. Now in order to take a screenshot, basically we are converting our HTML code into a canvas, and that canvas we are making sure to download into in the form of image. Okay, so in order to make it possible, you need to add this HTML to canvas library. So just copy this npm command. So over here we say npm I HTML to canvas and make sure to add that. Once you add it, simply copy the code which is given inside the canvas. Now it's quite straightforward because we already have the iframe reference. That iframe reference we are using in order to convert it into a canvas, and then basically we are downloading it. Okay, so I will copy that as it is and we'll paste it here. And if you don't have iframe reference, I think it's better we can you can even call this inside the screen frame, but if you don't have iframe reference, I will just get it that. So iframe reference, I will just make sure the name is correct, and inside the screen frame here I will get that iframe reference as well. Perfect. Now make sure to import this HTML to canvas. So over here we'll say import HTML to canvas from HTML to canvas. I think we don't need to give these curly braces, you can leave that as it is, and then you can download it as a PNG file, but over here you can get the screen name as string and then save it. Now this take a screenshot you can attach to that particular button and then save it. Now if I go back, I can take a screenshot of this one. So if you click download button, you will see it's get downloaded. If I open this and boom, here we have the complete image. So if it's a bigger, it will obviously take the complete screenshot, and this screenshot is now ready for you in order to share and use it anywhere. Okay, so same thing, you can download whichever screen you want, just click on it and that screen will get downloaded. Quite cool, right? So that is the next feature that we just implemented. Now next we are going to add a delete feature. So over here I'm gonna create a button, and again for this button the variant will be ghost, and inside this button I will add a vertical more vertical icon and save it. So this is how it looks. Now on the click of that one we want to show an option, it's kind of drop down option. So I will go to the chat CN and search for a component called drop down. Okay, so this is a drop down menu. So if I click on the button you will see an option. So first we'll copy this import statement. After that we will use this example, and then you're gonna simply add over here. Now this drop down will open when you click this button. So I will move this button over here, save it. Let's test this out. So if I click on this button you will see this option. Cool, right? But obviously we don't want any of this, we just want a delete button option. So over here I will add a trash icon and we'll say delete. Now the variant I will provide it as a destructive. So you will see that it will be in the red color. Now on the click of this delete button, we just want to delete the screen. So here we say on delete. So obviously here we say on click first, and then we'll call a method called on delete. Now obviously we'll create this method. So over here we'll say constant on delete and the arrow function. Now we need to make an API call to delete that particular record. So obviously we have the screen information. From the screen information you can get the screen ID, and only that screen ID you have to delete from that particular project. So currently inside the screen you don't have the project ID, right? In order to get the project ID you can accept that. So only from the project ID you will get that data. Okay, let me just format this code little bit, and here we'll say project ID of type string. Okay, if you want to get complete project information, that also you can get it. Now inside the screen frame, for that handler, get the project ID as project detail dot project ID, and then save it. So inside the handler, here let's try it undefined and then save it. Perfect. Now we don't have an API endpoint for the delete. Obviously we will need a delete request. So inside the project, or maybe inside the generate config, right, you can call a delete operation. That's totally up to you how you want to handle this, right? So over here we'll create a method called export async function, and we'll say delete, then request. Over here we'll say next request, and then you need to get the project ID. So we'll say constant project ID is equal to request dot over here we need to get it as a next URL dot search params dot get, and then project ID, right? So you cannot pass the inside the body. You can do that actually, but we'll pass it through the URL. Then you also need the screen ID. So again you can also get that screen ID is equal to request dot next URL dot search params dot get, and then we'll say screen ID, and get the user information if you need this one. Okay, now obviously we'll check if user is authenticated or not. That is important. So over here we'll say constant user is equal to await current user, and if user is not there, then you can simply return next response dot json, and you can say message unauthorized user, and we can say a status 404 or just 400. Make sure it's a return with a R. After this, if everything is successful, then we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot delete, then give the table name. So obviously we need to delete from the screen config table dot where, and then write the condition. Now there will be two conditions, so we'll add AND operator, inside that the equal operator, and then inside this we'll say screen config table dot screen ID matches with our screen ID, and another equal to operator for screen config table dot project ID matches with the project ID. So over here I will add as a string, and for this one as well I will add as a string. Perfect, and then save it. So once this is executed, we'll simply return next response dot json with a message as deleted, and then save it. Now this particular API endpoint you need to call over here. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot delete, and obviously we are calling slash API slash generate from the generate config method, right? And then to this one we'll pass question mark project ID is equal to project ID plus, and second parameter will be screen ID. So screen ID you can get it from the screen dot screen ID. Okay, you can even delete that particular record by using providing directly ID, but it's totally up to you how you want to handle. Here I will mark this as async, and you can show a toast message. So we'll say toast dot success screen deleted. Okay, and then save it. Now it is very important that we need to update with the latest data. Obviously we need to make another API call to get the latest available screen information, right? So in order to do that, we need to use a context, and that context will trigger the get project and config details. Now currently if I delete this particular screen, for example, right, let's take an example that I want to delete this screen. So I will say delete, right? And if you see, it's saying screen deleted, but it's still on the screen. But if I refresh this, now it will be not there. See, now only I have 3 screen. So it means you need to get updated data as soon as you make the changes or you delete the any screen. So in order to do that, let's create a context for that one. So inside the context, we'll say refresh data context .tsx, and here we'll say export async function. Oh, sorry, this is just a context we need to create. So we'll say export constant refresh data context is equal to create context. Now this is a very interesting and easiest trick that I am telling you. Okay, there are a lot of different state management you can use it, but this trick always work very smoothly. Now once you define the context inside your root provider, you need to wrap your application inside the context. So I will go to the provider, and same way that we did it for the setting context, over here as well I will use the refresh data context dot provider and then provide the value. And here let's define a state for it. So we'll say constant refresh data set refresh data is equal to use state, and you can pass empty value. It's totally up to you how you want to handle again, but let's pass this state over here and then save it. Now next thing, inside your screen handler, when you delete it, you need to trigger this context. So there is a easiest way to do that. First, make sure to import this context. So we'll say refresh data context, and then over here we'll set the refresh data. So this need to be refresh data, and then I'm going to add the value which we need to update, right? So I'm going to add a method to refresh. So we'll say method, and then we'll say screen config. Okay, but along with this one you need to pass a date when you are refreshing. Okay, so you can always write something like date.now. Okay, not necessary you can pass anything, but date.now will be the unique every time. Now once you set this one, you simply need to go to your page.tsx, and then inside the page.tsx I will just import this context first. So over here we'll import this context, make sure to add this refresh data context, and maybe inside the use effect, so we'll add the use effect. Okay, and inside the use effect, this use effect will execute only when you have the refresh data, whenever it change, and we'll say if refresh data dot method is available, right, then you can simply add a condition, or here we can say if refresh data dot method is equal to screen config, then execute generate screen config method. Not generate, I think we just call the get project detail, because inside the project detail we have data. So we'll say get project detail. Okay, I think that's all we needed. Even though if you don't provide the method, that's completely fine, okay? But if you have, if you want to use this context at multiple method to execute, then it's better and it will be easy. And I think that's all we needed. Now let's save it and let's test this out. So I refresh this one. Now if I want to delete this one, I will just simply going to delete this, and boom, if you see, the data updated immediately. Cool, right? So that's how we have to do it. And if you have any question on until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now the next feature is to edit the existing screen. Okay, that is very important, because if user don't like this screen and want to make some small changes, user can directly make it. So we'll add an option first. So inside the screen handler, we'll add another button, and in this button we'll say a sparkle icon. The variant will be similar like other, so it will be a ghost, and then save it. Now if you see, we have this icon, but I will move this icon just before this drop down, something like this. Now on the click of that, we want to open a text box where user can enter it. So I'm going to use a Shatsian component called popover. So if I click on this popover, and if I click on this one, this is how the similar kind of model it opened. But on this popover, you can add whatever content you want. So simply I will import this statement first, and then we'll copy this example. Now in order to open this popover, you need this button. So inside the trigger, make sure to add that, and let's test this out. So if I click on this, you will see this popover. Perfect. Now inside the popover content, we'll add a div, and then we'll add a text area. To this text area, let's give a placeholder, and here we'll say what changes you want to make. And then after this, we'll add a button to, we'll say regenerate. And I'm going to use a sparkle icon over here as well. And the button size will be, I will keep it as a small. And also let's give margin top to 2, something like this, say. And once user enter his changes, click regenerate, then it will start generating this screen again. Now on the click of this regenerate button, we'll add an on click event, and we'll call a method called edit screen. Now this edit screen, I'm going to call, I will create a method over here like this. Now we need to add a new API endpoint which will actually edit our existing screen. So inside the API, instead of adding in an existing API endpoint, we'll create a new endpoint, and here we'll say edit screen, and then inside that, or we maybe let's keep it like this, and then we'll say route.tsx. Let's export this. So we'll say export async function, and this will be the post request. So we'll say request, and then next request. Now in this case, we need to make sure that we will pass few we need to get some few field. So first we'll need a project ID, then we need a screen ID, okay, if you have, then the old code, okay, or we'll just keep it as a old code. I think that's all we needed from the body of the post request, and then we'll say request.json. After this, we need to make an AI model call. So I will use the existing code, something like this. So we'll use try catch block as it is. One more thing obviously we need to get is user input, because what are the changes you want to make, that user input, inside the user input will get it. Make sure to import this open router, and I will just comment this code for now. Okay, so over here we'll comment this code. Make sure to import this Next.js response. Now inside the system prompt, you don't need to give anything. Okay, we'll directly going to add a user only. So inside this user we have the user input. So let's add, okay, let's make the user input. So here we'll say user underscore input is equal to, and then we're gonna add the code which is the old one. So we'll say old code, then we'll say make changes in this code keeping design and style same. Do not change it. Make changes as per user input. Okay, so you can just write a prompt as per your requirements. Just make user requested changes, and here we'll say user input is, and we can add the actual user input. Now this user input, make sure to pass. I think that's all we needed. Now obviously it will generate the code which is the new code, and this code we need to update into our database. So over here I will just uncomment this. Make sure to import this db, the screen config table here. Make sure to add this equal to and for and as well. So make sure you will update inside the project id and as well as for the screen id, and then this updated result you can return back and then save it. Now let's go back to our screen handler and then make that API call. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post. Here we'll say slash API slash edit screen. So this is our API endpoint, and inside the body we'll pass a project ID as project ID, then screen ID as screen ID. The user input, obviously this user input we need to save in a one state. So we'll say constant edit user input comma set edit user input is equal to use state of type string, and then when user enter the value inside this text area, it will emit the event inside the on change and then set the value. So here we'll say event dot target dot value, as simple as that. And after that here we'll say edit user input as well. Make sure to pass that, and here we'll make async. Now once we have all of this info, obviously the old code we need to pass. So over here we'll say old code as screen dot code. Perfect, and save it. Now once we get the result, so we'll say console.log result.data, and then we'll set the refresh data similar like above, something like this, because we want to fetch the screen config, and then it will automatically fetch the latest data. But don't forget to add a toast dot info icon saying regenerating new screen, please wait, and then save it. Okay, so let's test this out. So let's refresh this once. Obviously if you get any error you can just fix it. Most probably you will get an error on the API endpoint. So over here we'll make changes. Now let's consider that you want to change this widget directory in the form of grid. So here we'll say change all widget list into grid format. Also make icons colorful, and then click regenerate. So here maybe for this regenerate you can add a loading icon. So over here we'll say constant loading set loading is equal to use state, and over here we can set it as a false initially, and once it started with the set the loading as a true, and once it is done we can set the loading as a false. Make sure inside the pop-up, instead of sparkle icon, whenever there is a loading you can show a sparkle icon, or we can show a loader icon. Otherwise you can show a sparkle icon. For this loading icon you can animate this, so we'll say animate spin, and make sure to disable this button whenever the loading is true, and save it. Now I will go over here, enter this prompt. Obviously you can put whatever prompt, whatever the changes you want to make, and simply click regenerate, and if you see it start regenerating your screen. And boom, if you see it automatically refresh our screen, and not only that it also change depends on our requirements. Okay, so here we have widget directory, added widget, and that widget is also changed in the form of grid, and also the beautiful icons. Now if you want to add more widget inside widget directory, okay, so you can also do that. So let's regenerate it. So it's regenerating, and boom, it also saying regenerate new screen, and here we got an extra widget under this widget directory as well. Pretty cool, right? Just this toast you can add it just above this one, and maybe we can write another toast. So we'll say toast dot success, and we'll say screen edited successfully. So something like this. So that's how you can modify your existing screen. Obviously you can add more details, you can improve your more prompt, you have to give a try and to improve your prompts as well. Now if you want to download the one which is currently, it will download the new one. See, cool, right? So that's how this regenerate functionality work. So which conclude that we finished viewing the screen code. I think we already finished this one as well. We also learned how to download the screenshot. Also we did the existing screen, we deleted the screen option as well, we added that feature, and now it's time to push our code. So we'll go to our source control, we'll create a new branch and give the branch name. So here we'll say screen extra screen feature, extra screen handler features, then stage all the files, and here we'll say screen extra features, commit these changes, publish your branch, and then inside your GitHub, so this is our GitHub account, and then we'll create a new pull request. Once you create the pull request, just wait, and then CodeRabbit will review your code. In this chapter, we are going to add a new screen to the existing project. Then once that screen is generated, we are going to save it to our database, and then we are going to fetch that screen in order to display it. Now, we are going to use an existing API endpoint, existing logic in order to generate this new screen. We already have the option to generate a new screen inside this settings section, and over here once user enter any prompt and click generate, it's try to get the similar kind of screen matches with your existing project. Now obviously here you need to try and play around your prompt in order to get an exact match. So I also created a prompt so that you can use it. So this prompt basically help us to add a new screen with an existing project. So let's go back to our application first, and inside this settings section we are going to create a new method. So let's say constant generate new screen and the arrow function. Now inside this we are going to call an existing API endpoint. So I'm also going to add a loading state. So here we'll say loading set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then we'll set the loading as a true. Then we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot, make sure to import this axios post, and here we'll say slash API slash generate config. Now we already have that API endpoint which we are going to use again. Now let's mark this as async because we are using await. Now if I go to route.tsx under this generate config, and if you see this post, that post need a user input, a device type, and the project ID. But along with this one, we are also going to pass a project, not project this, okay, let's pass a project description if you want, but the most important thing we need at least one screen description. Okay, so here we'll say old screen description. Okay, so this important thing we need to pass. So first let's add a project ID as project detail dot project ID. Then you can even pass a project name, that is also an important. Okay, so you can get it from the project detail dot project name. Then we want a theme, so or a device type as well, so we'll pass project detail dot device. We are also going to pass a theme, so we'll say project dot theme, and another thing we need is old screen description. So here we'll say old screen description. Obviously we don't have the old screen description, so that I'm going to get as a screen description from the previous page. Okay, or if you don't have, you can try to get it. For now I'm going to add over here this screen description, the screen description of type string. I'm going to add it here, and it's an optional, so don't worry about that. Now make sure the device type theme is also accepting over here. If you don't have that, make sure to accept this theme as well, and then save it. Now next thing, we are going to add or update our route.tsx file. Now if user has the old screen description, then so first we'll add the prompt in order to generate that new screen. So go to this eraser doc, let's copy the add new screen prompt and simply pass this prompt over here. Then we'll add, I'll just copy that because it's already have the export and all written, and remove this code and then save it. Now once you export this one, simply inside this open router, I'm going to add a condition. Now here we'll say if old screen description is there, then I'm going to use generate, let me copy this, generate new screen in existing project prompt. Okay, and inside this prompt, obviously I will replace with this device type and all. Okay, and otherwise I'm going to use this app layout config prompt, and then inside this prompt, if you see, we also have the theme that you need to replace with our own theme. So I will add another replace to add the theme which we have. Perfect, and then save it. Now then inside this user input, along with this user input, you need to add few more things, or you can keep as it is. Okay, let's try with this one, but if you need something else and get more precise output, then make sure to update your user input with some extra things. So for example, over here we need an old screen description that need to pass, right? So inside the user input, I will add a condition again. So here we'll say if old screen description, then make sure to pass as user input plus old screen description is, and then pass that old screen description. Otherwise use user input. So over here this is the data, so over here we'll say plus, and I think that's all, and save it. Perfect, right? and then at the end we'll get the result and everything will be as it is. Now let's go back to settings section. Obviously once you get the result, you can console this result dot data, okay, and once it console, obviously you will get the configuration only at this stage. Now once you get the JSON AI result inside your route, don't update anything inside the project detail, okay. So here we'll make sure that if no old screen description provided, okay, then only execute this update. Otherwise just execute this insert screen config into the screen config table and then save it. So what it will actually do, it will just add a new record inside the screen config, and we already have logic to check if the screen config code is a null, then it will regenerate it. Now inside the settings section, I'm going to use a refresh data context. If you remember, we already have that. So if I go to page.txs, we already using this refresh data context. Simply copy that, we'll paste it here in order to use it. And then once this is generated, we'll simply set the refresh data context with method as config. Let me copy that method name, so it's called just screen config. And then the most important, you need to provide a date with date or today's date. So here we'll say date dot now. So it will actually execute this refresh data, and then it will execute this get project detail, and again it will generate the new screen. Pretty cool, right? Now this generate new screen you need to call on the click of this generate button. So here we have generate new screen, and for this button I will call this method. Also whenever there is a loading, so here we'll add a loading state. If loading is there, then we'll add a loader icon. Otherwise you will use a sparkle icon. For this loader icon, I will add a class name animate spin, and I will also disable this button when there is a loading, and then save it. Now I think we forgot to set the loading false, so here we'll set the loading as false. Also I'm going to wrap everything in try catch block. So over here we'll add try and catch with the exception E, and here we'll set the loading false again. Now in order to show a loading indicator, if you remember inside the page.tsx file, we have this loading component where we are showing on the canvas. So same thing I'm going to copy and paste it here. Obviously you can provide a loading message if you want, so let's add that as well. So here we'll say loading message, set loading message, and initially it will just say loading, and then save it. Perfect. And let's test this out now. So if I will go back over here, we'll generate a new screen. This is the old screen which I tried, so I just deleted that, and let's try. So here we say welcome splash screen with option to Google and email sign in, okay, and just click generate. So we got an error. So if I go to this console over here, it's saying invalid input. So basically we are trying to pass a screen description, but we don't have the screen description, right? We just added over here. So basically inside the page.tsx where we have the settings section, you need to pass a screen description, and you can get the screen description from screen config of 0 dot screen description, okay. So any first screen information you can pass it, and then save this one, and let's try this out again. Now in this case, if you see the loading, it's showing right now. So it's basically generating the config, and as soon as the config is generated, it will trigger the refresh context, and then it will automatically start generating the screen. Say now it's generating the screen 1. So we'll wait, and boom, if you see, we got this welcome screen. So actually this is a scheduler kind of thing is generated, okay, not the exact what we want. So in that case you have to upgrade it or you have to try again. Okay, sometimes if you give the specific instruction, then it will generate that, but this is not bad, and if you see, it's also matching to our design, and you can even apply the theme whichever you want. Okay, see, pretty cool, right? So that's how guys you have to generate the new screen. And now if you see, I generated this one as well again, and it generated very beautifully. Perfect, right? So that's how guys you have to try it and uh, play around your prompt. Now I will update the prompt. I mean, I'll paste it inside this eraser doc so that you can use it. But if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section as well. So we added a new screen to an existing project, we saved to our database, and we also fetched and displaying that screen. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So I will create a new branch first, and inside this branch we'll say generate new screen. And we'll stage all of these changes, add a commit message, publish your branch, and then inside your repo, make sure to create this branch. So over here you can create this pull request and then simply merge once the CodeRabbit review your code. Time to take a screenshot of our project, and then user can download all the iframe at once as a single image. Also, that particular screenshot we gonna use it in order to show the project list that we'll implement in the next chapter, but we need to save that generated image as well. Then we'll learn how to share this project with the other user, and then we're gonna create a new branch in order to push these changes. So let's go back to our application, and let me close all of this tab first. So whenever a user click on screenshot button, obviously then we're gonna download this one. So let's go back, and inside the settings section we have this screenshot button. So from the settings section, when user click on screenshot button, we need to send an event to the parent component. So over here we'll say on click, and then we'll say on, or we'll say just take screenshot. Now this take screenshot we're gonna pass back to the parent component. Over here I provide a type any, and then inside your page.tsx file make sure to accept that. Now obviously we are not passing any value over here, but let's save that state. So we'll say constant and take screenshot, command set take screenshot is equal to use state. Now when user click on take a screenshot, we're gonna simply set the take screenshot, and then you can pass any random value. So in this case I will pass date.now. Over here you can pass a type any and then save it. Now obviously to this canvas you need to pass this take screenshot as a take screenshot. Okay, and whenever this take screenshot get call, then we need to take this screenshot. Okay, obviously before anything we are going to test this out. So over here I will write console on take screenshot and the arrow function. Now we need to call this method inside the use effect whenever take screenshot is executed. Okay, so here we'll say take screenshot and then only we'll call on take screenshot and then save it. So over here inside the console we write take screenshot as a text for now, and we will verify that this button click actually trigger inside the canvas or not. Okay, so if I click screen take screenshot, see it's executing. As much time I click it, it start. And also make sure when you refresh your screen that take screenshot is not executing, okay, because that doesn't make any sense. So this is the first step, make sure your screenshot actually trigger inside the canvas. Now whether when user click on the screenshot, we need to take the screenshot. Now we already created the method for this one. So first thing, we need to go to the screen frame, and inside the screen frame, if you remember, we already have this iframe. Now we need to get all the iframe and need to pass back to the canvas. So over here we'll pass each iframe. I'll put a type any, and over here as well make sure to pass iframe, or we can call it as a iframe reference. Now we already defined this iframe reference, so we'll just comment this out and then save it. Now let's define this iframe reference list, because it will determine the list, right? We need to save it as a list. So first I will define in order to store it. So we'll say constant iframe reference with a s is equal to use reference, and here you can provide a type as HTML frame element, because we are trying to get the iframe data and it's a list, so we'll provide as a list. The empty value will be the list. Oops, something like this. Now from the screen frame you can just get this iframe and then store it one by one. Okay, so over here we'll say iframe reference is equal to iframe of type any arrow function, and here we'll say iframe reference dot current index is equal to iframe, and that's how you can store it one by one. Okay, now once you have this iframe reference, now that is very easy. Simply let's go to this eraser doc. I already created this capture the frame. Now what these two methods do, one of the method actually capture all the iframe one by one and stick together as a one screenshot. Okay, so this capture iframe. Make sure to import this HTML to canvas, and make sure to import this toast as well. Here we are getting this error. Maybe we can provide a type any and then save it. I think that's all we needed. Okay, and we already have this on text screenshot, so let's try this out now. So I will click this screenshot, and if you see, the screenshot get downloaded. If I open this, and boom, we got the screenshot. Pretty good, right? So that's how you have to take this screenshot. Now it is very important to save this in our database, not the URL, but we will save it as a base64, and we are already getting this base64 from this to data URL. Okay, so from here, if you want, you can console this quickly, and let's say URL inside the inspect panel under the console. If I click screenshot, you will see this base64. Now this base64 we want to save into our database, so that whenever user see the project list, he will see the screenshot what is it actually inside the project. Okay, and that's quite easy. Over here I will create a new method, and we'll say constant update project with screenshot and the arrow function. Now inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot put, because we are updating the record slash API slash project and the arrow function. Now if I go to our project API endpoint under the put request, make sure you are passing all of this info, that is important. But along with this one, we need to pass screenshot. Okay, so this screenshot as well we need to pass. So let's go over here. So here we'll say screenshot as URL. So over here we'll say base 64 URL as string, then the project ID, so that we can get it from the project ID, then theme we can get from the project detail dot theme, and then we'll need project name, as project detail dot project name. Perfect. So once you have this one, let's mark this as async and then save it. And obviously this we are doing background, so even though if user don't know, that's completely fine. And here we'll say result dot data if you want to check. Now this update project with a screenshot we need to call as soon as we get the URL, something like this. Okay, and make sure to pass this base 64 as well and then save it. Now this screenshot you need to pass. So if there is a screenshot, then pass the screenshot, otherwise pass the empty string. Here we'll say as string, otherwise null only. Now obviously in the database or in our table we don't have this new column, so let's create this column. Here we'll say screenshot of type text. Okay, and then save it. Now once you make this change, you have to make sure you are pushing these changes to the result kit using the result kit push command, and then once that is done you can run the studio, make sure that these changes are available, means you have that new column called screenshot. That's good. And let's take the screenshot. So I took the screenshot get downloaded. Now if I go to our screenshot, I don't know whether we are getting or not. It looks like it did not save. So let's see if there is any issue. Basically, so I don't see any screenshot saved. So let's see what's the issue. Okay, so we did not updated this route.ts file, so this need to be just a screenshot. So maybe that's the issue. Oh, here make sure double question mark and then save it. Let's test this out now. So we took the screenshot get downloaded, and if you see, we got the screenshot saved as well into our database. Perfect. So that's all we needed. So here you don't need to save in any storage like any image or something like that. You can even save the base 64 directly. So that's how you have to save the screenshot. Now the quick thing we need to do, so whenever you generate the screens, right, that time we need to save your screenshot immediately. So to do that, simply we'll pass one method over here to this on screenshot, and we can call it as a save only if you just want to save it. Okay, and here we'll say obviously it is of type string, or not string, but we can give it as a boolean maybe, and it's an optional fill. Okay, and if it is save only, right, then you don't need to call this method. So if save only, or if not save only, then only call this method. Okay, and by default you can provide a value. So here by default you can provide as a false only. Okay, so that make automatically this is optional fill. Perfect. Now I think we need to call this method when we fetch the data. So inside the page.tsx, when we generate this UIUX screen, at that time we're gonna call this method. So here we can just say save screen shot, and then once you call this method, Here you can pass any value you want. So I basically pass the timestamp always, and this save screenshot you can pass to the canvas. So we already have the text screenshot as well. I think we can pass this method. Okay, so here we'll say set text screenshot with a date dot now. I think that's all. It automatically call this method. Okay, so when you make some changes or you generate anything, it automatically call that method and it automatically save to our database. But if you want to call this as a true, for example, or let me go back to this canvas, so save only, and here we'll say true. Okay, then we can pass this text screenshot value, and over here I will just write it as a false. Perfect. Let's take this out. So I will take this, I will click on this one. Okay, so it's not actually downloading the screenshot. That's because, so here now let's push all of our changes. So I will first create a new branch, and inside this branch we'll give the name. We'll say screenshot, or we'll just add project screenshot. Then stage all of these changes, give the commit message, and then publish your branch. Go to your project GitHub repo, and so inside this let's create a pull request and then simply create it so that CodeRabbit will review. So in this chapter we are going to show all the project lists belong to that particular user on this screen. Now once user will sign in and user has already project created, then we can show it so that user can jump onto that project anytime. So let's go back to our VS Code, and then inside this let's go to the page.tsx. This is our home screen, right, where we are showing hero, header, and inside this under the shared folder we're gonna create a new component called project list.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. Now this project list I'm going to add just below this hero section. So here we'll say project list and then save it. Now if you see this project list showing on the screen. Now let's go to this project list. Let's give some margin. So here we'll say padding X to 10. On medium screen we'll give padding X to 24. On large screen we can give padding X to 44, and I think let's add few more padding. Perfect. Now next thing, here inside the h2 tag we can add my projects, and we'll add a class name with the font bold, text we'll say Excel. Perfect. Now into this section obviously we need to get all the project list, so I'm gonna create a method called get project list, the arrow function, and inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash projects, or just project. Here we are using await, so I will make this as async, and once we get the result we'll say result dot data. Let's save this one. Now this get project list we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component loads, and inside our API endpoint where we have this project route, right? So currently under the get request we are fetching the project ID, right? And obviously we are just fetching the one record, but if there is a no project ID, in that case we can fetch all the projects. So inside the try block I will write a condition, if no project ID, then I will just fetch all of these projects. So I will copy this result and all, but in this case we don't need this project ID, condition and not a and condition as well. We just need condition which belong to all the project list. Over here we'll say dot order by, and we want to order it by id, so we'll say project table dot id, and once we get the result you can simply return it from here only. So we'll say result dot, or just we'll say result, and then save it. Okay, so in that case you don't need to pass a project id. Now we are using use effect inside this page.tsx file. So I will go to this inspect panel, go to the console. Okay, so maybe we need to add inside the project list, let's add a use client. Perfect. And now if you see, we got the result. Okay, currently we have 3 projects, so it's showing 3 projects. Perfect. Inside each of these projects we'll see all the details which we wanted. Perfect. Now let's save this in a state. So here we'll say constant project list comma set project list is equal to use state, and it is of type project type, so make sure to add that, and initially it will be empty. Now inside the project type we need to add one more field which is a screenshot, so I will add this field as well. Next, inside the project list I will add one more state called loading. So initially it will be false. Now whenever get project list call, we'll set the project list, set loading to true, and once we get the result, first we'll get the project list using the result.data, and then we'll set the loading as false. Now whenever there is a loading, so here we'll add a condition. If loading is true, then we can show some kind of skeleton effect. So over here I will add a div, or let's first show the all the project list and then we can add a skeleton effect. So inside this div we'll add a project list dot map. I will say project comma index and the arrow function. Inside the div you can create a separate project item, so we'll create a project card. So it's a project card dot tsx file, and which will accept the project data of type props, and inside this type props will accept the project of type project type. Perfect. Now let's simply add this project card, and to this project card you can pass project object. You don't need this div, and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see it returned 3 times because obviously we have 3 project list. Now inside the project card, first thing we want to show an image. So inside this we'll say project, or we can just say project dot screenshot. With an alt tag we'll say project dot name or project name, and here I think we need to add as a string. Here as well let's add as a string. Then let's give width, so I will give width to 300, height to 200, and then save it, and boom, if you see we got the result. Perfect. Now next thing, inside this we'll add a div, and then we'll add a s2 tag in order to show a project dot project name. Okay, so it will show the project name as well, and when you created this project, so inside the p tag maybe we can show project dot created on. Okay, so that date is also showing. For this one we'll say text smaller, text is of gray color, and for this div we'll add some padding. For this image we'll add a class name, we'll make a rounded to let's say medium, or make it XL. Now along with this one we can say object content, and for this div I will add background black and make rounded to 2XL. Let's remove this background black for now. Now inside the project list we have this div, so I'll make it grid. Then we'll make grid column 1 on a smaller screen. On medium screen we'll make grid column 2, and large screen we can make grid column 3 with a gap to let's say 5. And this is how it look like. Perfect, right? But obviously the size and everything is not perfect. So inside the project card, for this class name here we'll add a height to let's say 250 pixel and width full. And then you can add a background. Let's add a background white. Let's see how it looks. Or if I add a black, I don't think so this will, yeah, this is getting applied. I think this is much better. Over here instead of 250 let's make it 200, and I think this is much better than the previous one. Cool. So that's how you can show the current project that you already have. Okay, next you can add a cursor pointer. So here instead of cursor pointer, let's wrap this inside the link tag with the hrefs, so that when user click on it you can simply navigate it. So in order to navigate you can just say /project dot project id, and when I click on any of these, see it's navigating that project. Cool, right? And same thing you can do it for the other. Now let's add a skeleton effect. So in order to add a skeleton effect, the easiest and simplest way that I'm going to tell you is to just check a loading first. So if there is no loading, then show the project list, otherwise you can show a skeleton. So you can add random array, and the arrow function inside this you can add a div, and then you can add a skeleton. So we'll use a skeleton component from the chat. We'll add a width full, height to let's say 200 pixel, and round it to 2XL. Then we'll add another skeleton. So in this case we'll say margin top to 3, width full, height to let's say 6, and save it. And in order to test this skeleton, right, let's make this loading as a true, and you will see that skeleton. Or maybe you can just hide this for now and refresh it. Now if you see this skeleton, perfect. Over here for this div you can add margin top to 5. Then I will add one more skeleton, but width I will keep it 3. Perfect. And width I will just add 20. I'll make it 30. Perfect. So that's how you can show a skeleton effect as well. Now let me undo this one, and boom. Now if I refresh it, you will see the skeleton, and then you will get the result. Now if I jump on any of this project, so right now if you see the cursor hover, I don't know why it's not showing on this one, but if I open this for example, then it's showing me all the project. If I go back, skeleton, and then the latest projects. So that's how easily you can show the project list. But what if user don't have any project? So in that case you can show a message. So you can add a condition over here inside the div. So this div will execute if there is a no loading and project list dot length is equal to 0. Okay, in that case you can show this particular div, and here we'll add h2 tag no project available. And for this div we'll add a padding to, let's say, 6, border dashed, rounded corner, and then this text. Okay, so this text you can put it in the center of the screen. Perfect. So guys, that's how you can complete your project with this my project section. Obviously we are going to add a pricing and subscription model because this is a SaaS project, and this make your application much stronger and it stand out in your resume as well, and you can even start the business with this project idea. So before going to the next chapter, let's push our code to the GitHub. So I will create a new branch, and then we'll say display project list. Over here, click enter first, stage all of this file, commit the changes, publish your branch, and then create a pull request. Once the pull request is created, wait to finish the CodeRabbit review on your PR and then merge your pull request. Now it's time to add a pricing and subscription page where user can pay for these services. We are going to divide this pricing model into two parts. One which contain a free user which has some limited access, like they can only create 2 projects, no new screen feature that we are giving to the free user, and they cannot view the source code. But for the paid user we can give all the access. So that's the reason we need a pricing table. Obviously, in order to make a payment, you need a payment gateway, and adding a payment gateway is a big headache. So that's why I'm going to use a Clerk subscription billing feature. Clerk recently introduced this billing feature with their authentication provider. You don't need to add any different SDK. It already come with the Clerk SDK which we install at the start of the project, right? So very first thing, let's go to the Clerk document dashboard, go to the configuration, and inside this you will find an option called billing. Go to the setting, and inside the setting, first thing you need to do is to enable this billing. Once you enable, you can create a plan as well. So I will save this first and then I will create the plan. Now plan are nothing but how many pricing table you want to make. So by default there is one called free, but you can add more. So over here we'll say unlimited. Then you can provide a description if you want. The base price, it's up to you how much base price you want to keep, and you can give the annual discount. If I enable this one, so if user want to buy annually, then you can charge just $799 per month. Okay, but if user want to go with a monthly, then user need to pay with a $999. So that's what we give this price. Now next thing, you can even give the free trial. Okay, if user want to try for 2 days, and after that obviously user will charge automatically. This automatic charge is handled by the Clerk, so you don't need to worry about this. And once that is done, you can add the feature, whichever feature you want. So over here we'll say unlimited UIUX mockup generator. We can say generate unlimited project. I will say create this feature. Then also we'll add another feature, view UIUX HTML code. Then add unlimited new screen, edit screens, and all of this feature we are adding. Okay, so we'll say 24/7 email support, and I think that's all we can add, and then save it. Okay, so over here let's give the free trial for 2 days and then save it. Once this is saved, you can go back to this billing, and if you see we also have the free. Now inside the free I can add the feature for the free user. So we'll add another feature. So here we'll say only two project, create only two projects, or we'll say limited only two project, then no UIUX HTML code. Over here we'll say no new screen, and then save it. So right now we added only two plan, but you can add as many plan you want. Okay, once you can change this plan anytime, you can hide the plan, you can enable the plan which you want. So once that is done, currently we are on the development mode, so once you are in the production, you can just move to your Stripe account. Okay, after that you can click on this read billing guide. On this read billing guide, click on onto this B2 SaaS. I will put the link in the description for all the details. Now we already enabled the billing, okay, and we already created the plan. Now it's time to implement directly into our application. Now in order to display the pricing table, you just need to add the one line called pricing table, and then it automatically get added. So I will copy that, then inside the app folder we'll create a new route called pricing, and inside this pricing we'll create page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and we'll rename this to pricing. I will paste this pricing table component from the Clerk Next.js. Let's save this one. Simply go to the /pricing, and then you will see the pricing page with the pricing table, something like this. See, okay. Now if you don't see the header, obviously you need to add a header, because depends on the page we add the header. So over here I will add a div, and then we can simply add a header here as well. Now let's add some styling to this. So inside this h2 tag we'll say pricing, and I will say class name text in the center, then text Excel font bold, margin Y to 5, something like this. And now you will see an option to start with a 2-day free trial, and whichever plan we created along with their feature you will see over here. Now once you click on start with 2-day free trial, here you will see an option to add the card number, and then you can make payment directly. And once you make the payment, it will jump onto your app back. Okay, it will not redirect to any other new window, it will just inside your application. Pretty cool, right? Now before that, let's go to the home screen and let's attach the home and pricing link. So I will go to the header, and inside the header we have this link tag, right? So I will wrap that inside the link tag with the h reference. For the home I will just add slash, and for this pricing I will add a h reference slash pricing, and then we'll paste it here and then save it. Now once you click on this pricing, it will jump onto the pricing page. Now before creating the project, we will check if user already have more than 2 projects and whether the user is a free user or not, right? So I will go to the inside the hero section where we are calling this on create project, right? Obviously here we are checking if user is created or not, and also we need to check if user already have more than 2 projects or not. So you can even handle this on your API side instead of handling over here. So when you make the API call, it's better you can go to the API endpoint for the project. Inside the post request, over here you can check the condition, and then you need to verify if how many project user already created. Okay, so inside this we'll say constant user, so not user, has is equal to await auth, and I think that's just a auth we need to import from the Clerk Next.js. Okay, that's how you can simply check. Obviously you can go to the Clerk documentation, you can check the link in the description, and from that you will check if user has a premium access or not, or unlimited access or not, right? So That's how you can add it. Make sure to use this has. Now you need to give the plan name. So the plan name you will find on the billing setting, and if I go to subscription pricing, go to unlimited, and this is the key. It's nothing but the plan name which you can use it, and in this case it's unlimited, so that's the reason we pass. Now next thing, we need to fetch all the project belong to that particular user. So we'll fetch that from the project table dot, I will say dot where equal to, and then we need to check depends on the user project. So over here project table dot created by, I don't know why it's not showing, or we call it as a user ID, I think. Yeah, user ID, and then the user dot primary email address dot email address. Here we'll say as string. Oh, we already have the result, so here we'll say projects. Okay, so this will return the how many number of projects you have. Now we'll check the condition. If projects is greater than equal to 2 and user don't have permission, that in that case over here we will say project dot length. Okay, so in that case we'll return next response dot json with a message saying limit exceed. That's all. Okay, and then save it. Now when you click submit on your inside your hero section, so let's go to the hero.tsx file. Over here when you make a call, you will get the result, but you can even read the result. So in the inside that we'll say result.data.message is equal to limit exceed. Then you can say inside the toast.message or toast.error, you can say already reach to project limit, and then save it. Okay, so let's test this out now, and obviously make sure to return nothing over here. Okay, and just empty, and obviously you can set the loading false and then return nothing and save it. Now let's test this out. So I will try to add something, and I will refresh the screen once first, making sure all the changes are there, and just click send. And if you see, it's saying already reached to project limit. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can limit it. Same thing you can do it for free user. So if I go to any project, and over here you can disable this button generate with AI, or you can, when user click on it, you can even show a toast message. So that's again very easy. Now you can even handle that on the client side. Currently we handle this has access to the paid plan or not on the server side, but in order to access on the client side, simply you can go to your setting component under the shared, because that's where we have, and inside this we have this generate new screen option. Right now, before that I will add that has. So inside the billing you will see this has method. Obviously has method you can import it. So we'll say constant has is equal to use auth. So in that case you can use auth, and maybe you have to add inside the curly braces, something like this. And same thing you can use this has premium access. So maybe you need to add something like this only has, and I don't know why. Oh, just keep this as it is, but you need to make sure the has is available, and then when you click on generate new screen, it will check if user has premium access, or it's not, obviously it's not premium access, then we'll return nothing, but we want to show a toast message with an error saying limited feature to paid users only, and then save it. And now if I try to create a new screen, so we'll say profile tab generate with an AI, it's saying limited feature to the paid users only. Okay, and same thing you can do it for all other feature, whichever you think that you want to give that access to the paid users only. So that's how you have to handle. Now what if you join with the paid plan? So let's join it. So I will start with a 2-day free trial, and obviously I'm in the development mode, so I'm getting this option to test with the uh, uh, pay with the test card. So I will pay with that test card, and once you paid, you will see on the pricing table now I'm no longer on free plan, I'm on the unlimited plan, and currently I'm on the free trial. Now interesting thing about this one, Clerk, is you can manage your pricing directly from their account. So if I go to this manage account from the billing, you can stop this billing pricing model, everything you can check in the manage. You can even cancel and move your free plan, move to the free plan. But if you don't want to continue free trial, you can even cancel that one as well. So everything you can manage directly, no any implementation you need, because Clerk is already taking care of that one. Now let's create a new screen. Okay, so I will paste my prompt in order to create a landing screen for the AI app, and I want this as a website. So let's send this, and then if you see it start generating, so we'll wait. Now in that case, if you see, because we are on the paid plan, that's why it allow me to create the new screen, and it's created this beautiful hero section for me. Okay, pretty cool. And obviously you can make a modification, you can add a new screen, you can change the theme as well, and there are a lot of things you can implement with this. I already created bunch of designs. Okay, so you can just go ahead and check it out. I also created the stranger thing landing screen, the hero section page, and it's turned out very well. So guys, that's how you have to add a pricing table. If you have any question related to the pricing table, or you want to look something different, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to push our code. So I will create a new branch first, and inside this branch we'll say pricing table. Then I will give the message as well, make sure to stage all your changes, and then commit it, publish your branch, then create a pull request, and then wait for CodeRabbit to review your code. Now we are on the last chapter, where we are going to deploy this application on the cloud, so that you can share your project with your friends and family with the URL which is assigned to your project. Now deploying your application is quite easy, and just follow the step-by-step guide. Now very first thing we need to do is to build our application locally. So inside the terminal, just type command npm run build. If there is any runtime or build time error we found, we'll just fix it before deployment. So we will wait to finish this. And if you see, our build is now successful without any error. Now, whatever the changes, if you have anything, right, let's make sure to push that one. So I'm going to create a new branch, and I will name it as a deployment, and all the changes related to deployment we can just push that. Now simply whatever you have on the GitHub repo, everything we're gonna push it. So make sure all your branches is merged completely fine, and there is no branch remaining, otherwise your code might not work in the deployment. So right now if I go to the pull request, make sure everything is you merge it. Okay, so this is, I think, let me check, this is also merged, so no issue. And inside the code, you will see just now we put these changes. Now next thing, simply go to the Vercel. Now Vercel is a free hosting platform where you can easily deploy by connecting your GitHub repo. So once you sign up, simply click add new project. Inside this project, make sure to connect your GitHub repo, then you will find all the GitHub repo under that. So this is the one we just push it just 1 minute ago. So click import. Now after that, Vercel automatically detect that you are trying to deploy the Next.js application. Okay, so it automatically select the framework. You don't need to do anything inside this build and output. You can keep this as it is, but inside the environment variable, you need to put all our environment variable. So I will go to this .env file. Inside this .env file, which is inside the root directory, copy everything as it is and simply paste inside this .env. It automatically assign your key and value. Then simply click deploy, and then our application is now deploying to the cloud. So we will wait to finish the deployment. It might take a minute or less, or sometime 2 minutes. So we'll wait to finish this. And here you go, our application is now deployed. This is the preview. Obviously, if I click on this one, you will see on this domain our application is now ready, and here you can see all your application is now running. Now once I click get started, you can simply sign in to your account, and once you sign in, you will see all your project as well. Okay, you can jump onto any of this project, and currently if you see, we are on the production URL. Pretty cool, right? And even you can create your own application by just entering the prompt. That's how easy it is, the deployment of the application. Okay, just you have to make sure that your all environment variable key are deployed and added correctly. Now if I go our, let me refresh this, Vercel, you can even attach your own domain by going to the setting, go to the domain and enter your own custom domain which you want to connect to your app. Also later on, if you want to add any environment variables or update or want to delete anything, you can simply go to the environment variables, and then here you have option to add a new one, or you can edit the existing one as well. So guys, that's all for this particular course. If you have any question, any doubt, you can reach out to me on my Discord channel, or you can put the comment in the comment section. If you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update, and hit like button. Next project is quite interesting, and each of my project now I'm going to build the project which can make you the real money. This UIUX mockup application as well, I'm going to make it in the production and will launch as a small startup, so that you will see how we are growing with this application. If you want to learn more about that, please comment in the comment section, say startup, and then we'll make and create a brand new video on it. So guys, we'll see you in the next video.